Well, that is a perfect way to start. What is up, one and all? I'm in a bit of a rush, but I think we made it work. Except for the camera that has had a heart attack. And we're good. What is up, though? One and all, welcome back. Happy Friday. The weekend is almost upon you, and it means that you have earned bringing it in style. I did definitely forget to set everything up ahead of time. I've been in a bit of a rush because I've been trying to confirm some things. Later today, we have got an epic, huge announcement, but before we even get towards that, we have got an epic series to pave the path for the announcement. Big shout out to Puppypaw with the raid, who is going to be one of our players playing today. We've got Puppypaw versus LoueMT in a best of 9, featuring some old classics as well as some news. It's going to be a very interesting map pool, actually. So, boys have already got their draft underway. In fact, let me pull all that in. I was panic rushing to get everything ready because we also had to confirm some things. So, I should have my... Alright, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. Need to get my caffeine injections. I haven't had any today. Kind of slept okay, actually. I tried to go to bed a little bit earlier than I normally would. So, back pat for me, I guess. Yes. We should have the lads getting ready for game number 1. Which map did they choose? So, reminder, the way it's going to work, by the way. We've got a nice BO9. Might be noticing some of those maps, old school style, as well as new ones. After game 6, they can reuse civs they lose with, which is going to be pretty spicy. I'm looking forward to that. And confirming. So map number 1 is going to be Sacred Grove. So Sacred Grove, we're getting House of Lancaster versus Malians. The OP Lancastrians are coming out straight away. Dude, Louis is pulling no punches. That's kind of crazy. I thought he'd maybe save that a little bit deeper into the draft. But I guess it's kind of like worth the gamble. We talked about this with the front-loading OP picks logic. Is like if you come out swinging and are successful, what you end up doing is you've just upped your points. But if you lose, what you end up doing is you end up getting a return to that pick later on in the draft, which is pretty powerful. Wait, Alright, one sec. I need to run a cow. Why is Sacred Grove not loaded in? So map number 1 is gonna be Sacred Grove. I just checked with Cal on that because it's a map that's been in S tier tournaments. But by the way, reminder, as we're getting ready for game number 1, these would not be possible without the people over at HIMS. So of course, if you're tuning in for the first time, you haven't seen these, we're doing the HIMSization, which are a medical provider for a bunch of different services, some of which you guys might find useful. This month, we're actually going to be talking about weight loss as I load it up because I need to get extra tabs set up here. So this month we're looking at weight loss. I'm sure you've all seen how that has performed for certain other members in the community. So if you are yourself struggling with it a little bit and you're looking for something that's a little bit more affordable, go across and check these guys out. They've got an easy to fill out survey that will lead you through and get an idea of what you're looking for, what you're trying to achieve in terms of how much you want to lose, etc. And then they'll make recommendations and you can sign up for it all online. You don't have to go to a doctor's. You don't have to go through uncomfortable consultancies if you don't want to. Definitely do your research on these medical procedures, but HIMS provides a more seamless and remote method to get access to the treatment that you so desire. So be sure to check them out. Exclamation mark HIMS. A big shout out to them for working with us to make all of these weekly show matches possible because we're here with number 9. HIMS Cup number 9. It's kind of crazy actually we've been doing it this long already. I think we'll maybe cap out at 12? Either 11 or 12. We'll see. Oh. But I'm excited. What do you think, guys? Are we going to be getting a 9-game series here? Like with these two? You gotta, right? I'd feel like we're kind of robbed if we don't. And what's up, Irish Diablo? Thank you very much. I love the fact that you spell it D-E-A. Wait, D-E-A? Oh, no. We got the feds in. What's up? Appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Remember, guys, get those subs in. It does help the channel immensely. It makes it possible to continue our journey as a full-time content creator. Especially considering I don't know where we're going to get the money for the upcoming matches. By the way, we have got a really big announcement coming out later today. So make sure you hang around even after the show match is done, because it's something you will not want to miss. I am hyped. I am buzzed. I'm freaking looking forward to it, man. I can't wait to share. But I'm not going to front load it, man. You have to earn that. Looks like Louis just has to do a quick PC reboot. So we'll bear with him on that and let him get to it. So we'll probably have another minute, which means we've actually got plenty of time to talk about our other people involved in this. In fact, I just realized I never actually put... I'm a naughty boy. Did I forget to... I think I did. Oops. Can't forget about those guys. This whole PC setup, the two camera setup, which is showing you that we're running everything on one PC. Reminder, we're working with PC specialists throughout the month. Wouldn't be possible to do these things without them, because this is the laptop they provide. Is absolutely POG tier, God tier, top of the line. The specs are down in the panels. And also, reminder that a lot of our stuff is powered on individual component parts by the people over at Gigabyte. I've got a deal right now. You want to take advantage of this. !Gigabyte to go across the website. If you're looking to buy a new GPU or motherboard, these guys have got you sorted, and they are also providing a game bundle for free on top of the purchase while saving some money alongside it. And that does include Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. It has got the alters in there, and I'm also still curious about this RoboCop. Honestly, I kind of like the Doomish vibes it was giving me when I was looking at it on Steam. But if you want to check them out, !Gigabyte. Reminder, clicking those links does help the channel immensely, because although obviously they like sales and all these avenues, it's an awareness campaign as well. So eyeballs on looking at their brand is a big win in their eyes as well. And that costs you absolutely nothing. So with that in mind, though, I believe our boyos... Yeah, Louis has restarted the PC, so we should be getting in just a second. Anyone having game crash issues? Not so far. Use your best Civ. If you lose, you can reuse after the 6th match. Yes, that's the idea. That's the new drafting format. So we used to have a redraft in longer series. Like after game 6, you'd redraft with a BO3 format. Now what we have is, like, let's say Louis front loads heavy and loses with Lancaster, and he loses with Japanese and Ottomans. But then he gets past the game 6. He can then go and use Japanese, Ottomans, and Lancaster again if he's lost with them. So it does create a very different dynamic. It's also, like, strategically, the way you think about the draft is very different with this system to your normal Age of Empires 4 in previous drafting history, right? Because in those, it's like, okay, yeah, like, just get this pass, and now we'll go for a complete redraft, and we'll come again. So very, very different. B09? B09 indeed, my friendo. My friend. Did I switch our UI overlay? I did. We're good to go. So, game 1, getting ready to load in. Shouldn't be long now. Combat potential is high. I like it. It's cool. Oh, okay. I thought he was streaming. I guess he's not. I also need to move that sponsor carousel across a bit. It's a bit too close to the edge. Oops. Blimey. Dude, it's crazy, like, sometimes how ambushed you get on Fridays, by the way. You're like, oh, yeah, we're just vibing, it's relaxing. And then you just get a gajillion things hit your inbox all at once. Dude, I'm excited, though. We've got some really cool things coming up. We've got this huge announcement later today, and I mean huge, guys. It is absolutely massive. Then we got some really cool projects we're working on in July. Not Age of Empires 4 focused fully. And then more things in the future. Dude. You're excited for some English ABBA? ABBA didn't get picked. English did, though, and English actually has a decent win rate from what we've been seeing in the KPMMs recently, as well as the HIMS Cup. Like, it doesn't come up often, but when it does, it's been surprisingly like a gotcha pick. I've been bloody impressed. So maybe, just maybe, we get treated to some of it. Oh, God. I was doing different things on my PC yesterday, so now while we're, like, waiting to get in, I'm, like, setting up all of my, my like, different windows, the area I like them in, to share the screen and whatnot. Oh, blimey. Oh yeah, dude. Guys, like we got some hype things in the background. I can't show you right now. I'm looking at them and I'm buzzing. This is gonna be cool. In fact, let me save that locally. And I will show it to you guys later. A3 is now A tier? Like you make it sound like they haven't been A tier for a few weeks now instead of S tier. I don't think it's like oh no, we literally just discussed. I think it's like it's been that way for several weeks. It just took a little bit of waking up to. But I'm curious on this one actually. Like, considering we're going to Sacred Grove, we've seen like I think we've seen Lancaster 2 or 3 times maximum. Marlians has been quite frequent. Remember, by the way, guys, this is full new patch, so deer shoving is kind of sucky now. Yeah. You've been cooking a bit with ABBA or English? Oh, English with the farm buffs. Yeah, because it's a 5% increase per tier, right? So like it's actually quite an interesting buff. I would have liked them to take a different direction than just buffing their eco in essentially in the late game more than anything else. Because we already have enough of that frustration, man. I don't think we needed a return to that form per se. But maybe that's just me. Oh, can I run a minute of ads? Yeah, I'm gonna run a minute of ads now, guys. That way, when we're in game, don't have to worry about it. Oh, sorry, I just noticed I said announcement later. It should be huge announcement later. I just realized I didn't leave a space between patch notes and HIMS. Lul. Yeah, reminder, when we get in game, when you do see the Gigabyte link pop up, make sure you're clicking the crap out of it. It's the last day that they're working with us this month. We're going to see if we can actually get them to re-up, renew in the future. And you guys go a long way to making that happen. The buff seems super good. I'm not surprised. Like 5% in the late game, if you think about it. Like 5% in the late game when you got like 4,000 food income is an extra 200 food, right? It's pretty good. Oh my god, I just... Oh, what did I just click and how did I click that? One sec. Set myself up. Alright. Let's get ready to go. And we are back in action. One and all, welcome back to the channel. You thought that our tournament activities were over? No. We've got something special here. It is going to be a best of 9 between 2 of the best. We have got Puppypaw up against LoueMT in a best of 9 that kicks off on Sacred Grove here. House of Lancaster in the hands of the Chinese prodigy kid. And the Canadians' pride is going to be taking the field with the Malians. An interesting one. We are here on Season 11 patch. Deer Shove nerf complete. Pro Scouts back on the menu. Lancaster potentially feeling a little bit weaker, but they still love this Rax Rush opening, especially against this Civ. That's right, Malians very susceptible to these early Dark Age rushes, and LoueMT is going to waste no time of it, utilizing that better gathering speed that you get as Lancaster on sheep to get the pump going swiftly. Why is the score? Oh, wait, sorry, you're right. Wrong sign. There we go. And, of course. For game 1, the minimap has moved. Sorry about that, guys. You're just getting, like, a live intro into how we do our back-end stuff. I'm fixing that soon. I'm getting assets updated because I'm just sick and tired of having to do that each time. Okay, but anyway, in we go. And, wait, what? I'm very confused right now. Alright, sorry about that. That looks so scuffed, but we got there in the end. Yeah, apologies. What happened here is, like, when we were originally setting up this PC, so I don't know if you guys know this, but most laptops come in 1610. You can change to 16.9, but I had, like, set everything up without realizing I was in 1610, and then I forgot about this at this scene. But, like, everything is now, like, 16.9 correct. So, Spin coming around. janky start beyond us. And I love this. This is sick. This is exactly what Puppypaw loves to do, man. He used this exact strategy against LoueMT months ago on the ladder, and it paid off big time. It's the outpost into mill so that you can stay here and garrison to block the rush of spears. It's really smart, actually. Like, at this stage, LoueMT, I mean, what's the strat? Is he just going to overkill on the spear count? Because I'm not sure if this works in the Dark Age. There'll be a decently sized announcement. There'll be a very big announcement. No overcompensating here, but Louis may have overcompensated the spears. I don't think you break this. Like, maybe... Okay, so you could probably run all the way around the back of the outpost and burn this. So you can kill 3 houses. But that's 75 wood, and you spend a lot. Yeah, at this rate, we're approaching over 800 resources spent. Which is kind of wild. Is he going to keep going with this, though? Alright, I'm getting really OCD about that minimap. Yeah, I think that works. Is he seriously going double-digit spears? He hasn't done anything yet. Like this. Okay, so like, does this work? In theory, because if you get enough spears, you can force the burn, and when Puppypaw tries to repair, you just surround him when he ungarrisons and kill him. But this is like very, very expensive what Lou's doing. Soon to be 11 spears, and like what makes it worse is your opponent's already on his way up with Mansa, so you have to go soon. Here we go. Scouts lead the charge. Nicely done. Micro's away, so he absorbs as much Arrow Fire as possible. That was sick micro from Louis. The spear count, it's only 8. And remember, like, each time you lose a spearman, your kind of progress slows down further and further. More are coming in. There's going to need to be a repair here from Puppypaw. Puppypaw, he doesn't even try for the repair. He bails. Okay, so LoueMT, this might pay off yet. Because Puppypaw has a problem now, guys. This strategy is cool and all, but what is he missing? He's missing wood. He already done the straggler trees, hasn't set up the lumber camp. He doesn't have the wood to build an archer range, which means that Louis' big, giant brain done the calculations correctly. He's like little Chinese Einstein over here. He's going to be able to get the pit mine and some houses alongside it. And to make matters worse, Puppypaw has now dropped all these sheep over here, and it's a waste. Why did he run away? Because he didn't have enough wood. He would have burnt through the wood way too quickly, so he wouldn't be able to keep clutch repairing, and it's gambly anyway against this many spears. Oh my goodness, what a player. And this is only game 1 of a BO9, you know? And he pinches the village. Come on. This boy is styling right now. Now, he's about to tech up himself. We're likely looking at what, Lancaster? I think you could actually Abbey of Kings here. Yeah, and he thinks so too. Guys, Abbey of Kings got buffed, and on top of that, with the Lancastrian nerfs around the like mana scaling slightly, I actually think we'll see a lot more Abbey of Kings. This is all inny, and I respect it. Yeah, smart as well, because like if he does get the lords over here, you just muddle them in the spears, and all of a sudden you can ruin the archers' easy A clicks. Speaking of the archers, Puppypaw did find the macro to get into them. He just had to rush almost all his economy over. 12 villages across the tree line. And there's going to be another one of those houses going down. So gets the outpost, gets the house, gets the pit mine. Doesn't really lose much for it. This was definitely worth it for Louis. That's crazy. What buffs to Abbey? So the notable one was they actually increased the armor of your Lords of Lancaster as you age up. Because it used to be that their stats didn't actually change. It made them pretty bad. Because like the whole idea is they were really impactful in age 1, but they had no scalability on a unit that actually feels like it was balanced around the idea of scalability. So that change helped a lot. So now they actually get +1 ranged and melee armor in Castle and +2 in Imperial. And they are already really tanky units, remember. So yeah, all of a sudden it's a unit that can actually potentially exist as a support in the later phase of the game. And what has happened with the score again, dude? Oh, I realized I haven't locked it. That's the problem. Sorry, guys. Let me quickly... Whoop. And locked. Okay, that shouldn't be a problem anymore. And I'm excited for this now. And he he queues up all of them. Why not? They're big boys. They're strong. What if he done like this weird, like crazy fast castle or this all-in ram type build against mass archers? I think it might be FC actually. Yeah, he goes out onto the deer with survival techniques. And he's stockpiling. 20 on food. This is fast castle. And guys, like this is a much better version of fast castle. Seriously. As long as you don't think you could be harassed on your gold, this is the better way to go. Because the White Tower achieves what the Lancaster Castle will defensively. But now you're going to have Earl's Guard with 20% more HP, which means they get an additional 30 HP. It's pretty ridiculous, actually, just how tanky you get. They're slow? Yeah, they might be slow, but look at the health. They're slow, but how many shots would it take an archer to kill this? That's what makes them pretty effective at this stage. Now, the sofa details are really smart call by Puppypaw. Sofas, about 2 patches ago, got their stats buffed, a +2 increase. And remember, they already have an extra 2 against infantry. So they hit for 19 damage, 17 going through per strike. And also, it's a unit that can kite you, but you can't kite it. That's pretty sick. Really ballsy as well into Spearman, but it means that Puppypaw is dictating the dance, at least to the moment. But Louis about to switch it up. Castle just around the corner. The archers are rotating around on the gold, but the short bows will protect, and the TC is good enough. Puppypaw did not respect just how tight the back tree line was here. Yeah, Sacred Grove, remember, tends to provide that safety net on your initial tree line. So unless you've been chopping into it, people shouldn't be able to just run by. And look at the heal, man. Like, this is the rough part. I think Lords of Lancaster is actually weirdly, in some ways, better for defensive play because of the fact that when they fight into you, you come back and top off like this. Like, that healing is just undone, rather, all the attempted damage from Puppypaw. White Tower build-up's going to begin. Archers will harass. Nice snipe there. Does get a worker kill. And yeah, just peel the Lords. Like, this is all you need. 4 Lords is enough to deter this. Behind it, I love the fact that we aren't seeing Pro Scouts and we're not seeing Deer Shoves. This is kind of cool. This is what AoE 4 should be, man. Like, not camping in your base. Sure, you can argue like Louis done it, but he actually played out into the deer here. Both players have been present on the map pre-10 minutes with their villages. Are you telling me that's not a better version of AoE 4? Lords will just keep chasing away. Tech up is now complete, and this is tricky now because before this, the sofas were a solid answer to the Lords, but now if they come nearby, there's a range unit in the formation. Meet the Earl's Guard. Yes, the Earl's Guard with the hyper over-the-top 17 damage per dagger throw. Actually melt Feudal Sofa. Remember, Sofas, like, they're very interesting raiding units and situationally can be useful, but their stats are kind of underwhelming from a health perspective in the Feudal. And looks like he's going to hunt around onto the deer again. Meanwhile, we've got Musafadi on the way. Now, that is intriguing because actually, if you can get rid of the scout, Musafadi can sneak on top of the Earl's Guard to beat them. The issue right now is how do you get rid of that scout? And there's also additional issues coming. We've got night production underway from LoueMT. This is actually crafty, guys. When you see White Tower rush from Lancaster, what do you think they're going to do? What do you expect them to do? Just say the first thing that comes to your mind. Earl's Guard rush, right? The fact he's doing knights is a little less expected. It's enabled by the deer, though, which is currently being idled out. Yeah, Sophie shouldn't be able to do much longer. And look at the health on this. Earl's Guard with 188 HP. The knights are at 280 HP. That is double what you get from Boy's Fortitude. This is where the Lords thrive. And remember, nowadays, they get the plus armor, so they get even more tanky. Almost 300 HP themselves. Archers can't really deal with this. Musafadi going to jump in to try and take the mantle of strongest in this fight, but it's not going to work. These guys are simply too tanky to lose. One goes down, but 3 remain. He has got them low, so maybe that forces a reset, but the Knights in the meantime are going to stick to their targets. Second Lord goes down. Louis may be overextending, but behind this, he is getting economy. We've got Monks now coming out in the field. He's shuttered the idea of deer gathering here. This is idle at all times. And Puppypaw also has additional workers in the base not working. Lord's down though. Louis, I imagine he's not going to rush to replace them immediately now. He's going to focus on getting the quality units. I do think that was a bit of an overcommitment there. Like, it was a good start, but once he's under the TC, it kind of felt wasteful. But Louis' POV seems to be, if I can just keep him in the feudal age, I win. And wait, how many people just said GG? You guys need to chill. Oof. If you GG'd out that quickly, you wouldn't be invited to my show matches. Oh, no. Nah, these two, they've still got some swing left in them for sure. And Puppypaw now just massing the Musafadi. Louis, one tricky thing I do see here is like he isn't scaling Yeoman, which would counter the Musafadi mass. And he doesn't have manners to really afford Yeoman. Yeah, it kind of feels like that dive was maybe unnecessary. I mean, he's got Relic starting to come home, but that still takes some time to pay off. And also, he's starting to get blocked out here. Still got the outpost garrison. Wall on the other side scares Sofa away, so we'll at least be able to get this one home. The left side concerns me, guys. Like, where are you gathering deer now, right? You either go left or you go center. And that's an easy kind of camp rotation for Puppypaw between here and here. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Louis, he's now trying to go for those yeomen, but they're damn pricey. He marches out to try and protect the workers. In fact, leaving them here seemed to be ambitious. The Musafadi are winning out. Knights barely get away. Now, this is the thing, actually, with Knights, the other logic behind Louis' strategy here, Knights works a lot better with the Abbey of King strat. Every time you get injured, pull them back and rejuvenate. Rapid pacing right there. It's going to look to recommit because the villagers are about to be in a bit of a pickle. He should be able to protect them. Maybe loses like one if he charges in time. Nice. Gets the blocker. And the villager does stand around. So he loses one villager, but he clears up the sofa. A lot of idle time was achieved with this, though. And look at Puppypaw's eco on the other side. He's got extra ranches coming in. I think you'll probably see him go one more ranch and then look to age. Now, the question is whether Louis will be in position to punish that age up. Because there's still 21 Musafadi in play. Yeah, I think the problem here is the White Tower doesn't really achieve much. I mean, at least it's keeping his gold gathering going, but the food is really what he needed. Losing that sheep game really did hurt him. We've still got more lords coming out, so Knights continue to be tanky. Sofa's being target fired down as smart. The yeomen are getting counterplayed currently by that cavalry. Looks like the lord is going to get sniped down, and the Knights will have to peel back here just in time. Just about. And oh my god, he is gambling right now. This guy just entered Vegas. Are you kidding me? He just approached the roulette table and he put it all on black. Deer gathering right next to where Puppypaw is reinforcing. That's wild. Not just that, he's got berry gathering on the south side. So LoueMT, he's playing a full no mana build. And it's about to maybe stop working because the sofa coming across. He gets him! Instant reaction out of Louis. We'll be able to pull away in time. The Puppypaw, he's now coming in with the Fulani. Louis needs to make a move soon. He has at least won the relic game. We've got the 4th relic on the way home. However, Puppypaw is about to start inflating quite nicely here. He's already got 3 ranches full. Room for another 3. And Louis hasn't gone for stone still. So not a single mana coming into this build. White Tower needs to be near food resources. It can be near gold sometimes, but yeah, food was traditional. And pause that forward, we've got a clash coming in again. The Musafadi, they have ambushed, but I mean, I don't think Louis cares, right? Like, if he can micro, that is. Oh, no. The Knights, they'll win, but he wasn't peeling away the injured, so a little bit more expensive maybe necessary there for Louis. How long can the brute forcing work? The Sofas are going to peel by and go straight after the Yeoman. The Musafadi, a decent count remain, but fair to say LoueMT got a decent trade there, especially if he now tops off all the health bars, which is exactly what he's going to be looking to do. Still, the thing that Puppypaw is achieving with this is just forcing weird food choices. At this rate, Louis is going to have no choice but to start adding in farms. In fact, has he started to yet? He's moved a lot of people over in the woods, so I think he's aware it's becoming more of a necessity than a nice. If you go in English, White Tower should be on farms. Yeah, but when you play Lancaster, you rush White Tower. So, but the game state you're doing it in, you don't have farms yet. In fact, in most cases, you never have farms until hyper late, right? Like Lancaster's meant to be building manors. The interesting thing is the White Tower, because of when the pressure dive came in from Puppypaw, that dive was intentional. It stopped a White Tower over here that would have secured gold and stone and given him everything he needed. So Louis, instead of just rushing manors after that initial harass failed, got forced to do really weird stuff because the stone wasn't safe. So important armor is now coming in. We do have the Mustafadi fully upgraded. Reminder that this is a game where one Civ with Deer Shove, one Civ with Pro Scout, and neither thing happened. One being nerfed, the other, I guess, being too slow. I would say Louis isn't dead yet. If he can micro like a god, which we know he's capable of, he can actually win this. The logic being is that you just keep microing back the injured knights and slowly you win out like that, but the trades so far haven't been good enough. And his back is most definitely still up against the wall while he's in the middle of a transition here. He's switching more into Yeoman, and he also has got the manors starting to be installed. Is he going to have enough time, though? I mean, the other thing is, like, you're switching Yeoman when your opponent now has imported armors on the sofas. That's going to be 6 ranged armor. Perfect counter to Yo's. Knights are at least finding the targets on the flanks, but the eco hemorrhaging is getting real here, right? Like, it's 7 kills so far. It's a 7 worker lead for Puppypaw. A lot more than that when you consider he has got the Fulani, and it's getting closer and closer to full. Imagine if White Tower was near food. If White Tower was near food, he would have lost the gold. It's not that simple. It really isn't. Like, this is the different times, right? Like, you know, you need to completely wipe the slate in your brain on what you think Lancaster can do with these builds. Because the D shove would have enabled what you're talking about. Old meta, the spears would have came back, they would have shoved these deer into the base, and you have a very different looking game. That's not the case anymore. Why is Louis not making archers? He was trying to utilize knights to control the narrative and then get to raid. Like, yeomen, so people really sleep on this factor because they're used to seeing, like, giant archer balls in late game. Yeomen are not cheap. Yeomen are actually really hard to scale until you're in, like, the mid-late game. That's why you rarely see yeomen in Feudal Age anymore. Like, people, I don't think they clock just how big that nerf was, where they now cost 95 resources. 5 extra resources doesn't sound like a lot, but it actually is. And you can see the ramification on the other end of the scale where, like, Yuumi got a 10% discount buff, and all of a sudden they're taking over every game. Louis, oh god, the farm placement here. Oh, this is looking grim, folks. I'm struggling to see a way now for Louis. Like, he got some of the manners in, right? But it's just not allowing the scaling that he'd need. And he doesn't have Lancaster Castle, so there's no get out of jail free card off of a big mass. The crazy thing is, you look at this game, you wonder, how different would it have been if maybe Louis wasn't so aggressive on that dive initially? Like, could he have just leveraged map control? Or was this always doomed? Was Puppypaw always going to find the scale point necessary? I mean, I can't take anything away from him. Puppypaw's counterattack onto the left side shut down everything. This white tower idea onto the boar or deer can't happen. It had to be at home. This white tower placement looks sucky because Puppypaw forced and mandated so. Nice. Oh my god. No, this is tragic. Like, Puppypaw knows he's not coming home. So he just gets to have his fun over here. He's got a handful of sofa, so the yeomen have to be careful. And this looks like it's done. I mean, it's crazy as well, because, like, this game began with Louis successfully countering Puppypaw's opening, really. He looks set up for success. But now, it looks like failure is the only thing awaiting him in his future. He's got more farm clusters coming in. but more and more of these are becoming unguarded. We have it on the south side. We have it on the north now. He's also losing a lot of these farms. And remember, this might be English in terms of the skin, but you don't get a discount on those farms as Lancaster. A small raid now arriving on the north side, just idle again. Knights are being chased all the way home. They could potentially heal. There is actually a world in which like Puppypaw could have cut him off, but instead, the Musafari going for the gold. Yeah, he just wants to deny any sort of scale point now. Any transitions or gold-reliant units are gone. As all relics hit the ground. Knights just about going to make it home. But we are approaching the stage where Puppypaw might just go for a dive to try and prevent that. It is tricky with the white tower being so close. And behind this, Puppypaw just continues the macro. He's got full cow now. So plenty of food to pump. Over 1,000 extra food a minute. To put it another way, that's an extra 20 Musafari to your comp per minute compared to what your opponent could achieve similarly. Just so much hemorrhaging, man. Like, it's up to 15 worker kills now. In a 6-mana game. And these farms just keep getting weirder. This is the thing about Sacred Grove, guys. Sacred Grove, you have to respect the mid-game. Sacred Grove is a mid-game oriented map. You cannot safely scale this farm point. You have to secure a map to do it. And Louis hasn't been able to do so. Molo's going to come in to scare away the Musafari. But the stranglehold continues. And Puppypaw, he even has a contingent of archers now. God, we've got Hobblars from Louis. With practically no gold income, by the way. Yes, Marine Lord. Louis is losing this game after the start. I'm baffled as well. He had a clean castle timing, but the dive was a little bit too frothing at the mouth, I'm afraid. The villagers, oh my god, they just ran all the way out here. The yard time is painful to look at. The charge is going to come in. The Lords of Lancaster are going to take the front side, but against Mass Sofa, it's just not it. Spinman trickling in, archers to clear. The Valiant last stand comes through. LoueMT at this stage might as well just get the bows out to assist because he needs all hands on deck to avoid getting decked in game number 1. Is he really trying to gather wood? I mean, he has to, right? Like, he needs something or he can't produce. Folks, we're going to be opening this series with a win for the Canadian, and what a surprise it's going to be. After that early game, after the way it played, I don't think anyone would have predicted this outcome. Oh my god. What a wild game 1. The hell. Alright, so next up's going to be Enlightened Horizon. By the way, remember guys, that link, you got to click it. In fact, let me put it somewhere clearer. Remember, we are working with the Gigabyte folks. When you see that link come up in chat, if you like seeing these type of tournament games, you like the fact that this channel does so much casting, be sure to click it because it helps support sponsors that support this channel. So big shout out to Gigabyte for coming and working with us again. And really, like, you know, just clicking that link goes a long way. They have a great deal on getting a bunch of games for free with your purchases. So check them out. But also just have a look for the future if you're thinking about updating and upgrading because Gigabyte is top notch. So with that in mind, what am I even going to call that one when it gets uploaded? Dude, my brain on that game is like, what the hell? That was crazy. Is it, like, do we call that one No Deer Shove, No Pro Scouts, Heavens Arrived? I don't know. Or he encounters the anti-spear rush strat. I'll think on that one. That one has like 2 different ways we could go for game number 1. Because that was pretty crazy. So, G number 2 should be starting momentarily. In fact, let me get the point up on the board for the Canadian. Enlightened Horizon is going to be our next location for visitation. And the boyos... HRE versus Ottomans. Puppypaw ain't messing around. Now, interesting thing with the drafting format, remember, guys, after that loss, LoueMT, if he can survive past game 6, will have access to Lancaster again. Very important detail. All right, and we can get predictions up for game number 2, by the way, as we'll be rolling in just a second. What a crazy G1, though. Yeah, I've got a good vibe about this set. Like, if those are the type of games we get, I kind of think I'd be happy even if it was a 5-0. You know what I mean? Where, like, it's back and forth. Like, I think sometimes we read into the overarching score and forget the details inside. Like, I'd rather have a 5-0 stomp where every single game is close than have a 9-game series where every game is one-sided. Don't know if I'm alone in that. All right, let's get ready to go. Whew. Oh my god. Look at this spawn. One and all, welcome back to our HIMS Cup show match between Puppypaw and LoueMT. HRE got picked. And this is the spawn. Are you kidding me? You can't make this up. This is ridiculous. So game number 2, Puppypaw is already in the lead, and then he rolls like this. Marine Lord in chat seems to be impacting the generations here. Enlightened Horizon for G2. And I'm baffled, man. I actually cannot believe it spawned like this. That is absolutely incredible. Like, you can't make this up, right? Like an HRE pick, and you get all the relics so tightly packed together. I mean, I guess Ottomans could theoretically outplay you here with the imams and a fast castle build, but let's see how it goes. LoueMT on the Ottomans, definitely no pushover. Something of a signature sieve quickly is this becoming for him. And we do have the Rax commitment on to the merchant camp. This is going to be a lot of spear spam to open up from both sides, folks. I just realized, are we missing the... Yeah, I think we're missing the map name. Reminder, we're on Enlightened Horizon here. I'm going to bump Cow about that because something's gone wrong.
What?
Yeah, I'll double check with him later. So, who has the edge here? Like, in theory, it's HRE. The better gathering rate is just ridiculously superior. I mean, this is newly nerfed, by the way. We have to remember that HRE, as OP as they may be, did get a big kick to the nuts. They got over a, well, technically they got over a 10% nerf to the gathering buff, right? It went from 40% down to 35%. So pretty painful. We'll see how it actually impacts him here, because we're already seeing a scale point that is favoring Puppypaw in terms of producing more spearmen. He's gathering more wood as well, so he could actually inflate the food further than his opponent. But it's going to be a house rush. Looks like he may have miscalibrated there, so Free had to shift across. It's going to give some breathing room, because it looks like... Wait, what happened here? Did he just hold them back? Yeah, so Puppypaw, I think he was trying to hide how many spearmen he was building to trick his opponent. Wait, Janissary is being weak? I don't know about that. Like, what are you playing them against? Janissaries are fine. Janissaries plus Sipahi plus Great Bombard still makes for one of the best late game comps you'll find. Like, do not discredit Ottoman's ability to scale into late game, my friends. Even with tweaks, adjustments, maybe nerfs, they're still powerful. So it looks like we have just got a split. Which is very rare, actually. Like, this doesn't happen very much anymore, guys. The wolf play kind of fell off, weirdly enough. Nowadays, we're more used to seeing both sides spam spears and then fight, and one comes out ahead. But no, 50-50 split, so a lot of respect being shown by both players here. And Puppypaw, he's already moved out in the deer. Yeah, we're already seeing a lot more of this. This is the second game in this series where a player has, in the Dark Age, moved out for the deer gathering. It has not been mirrored by LoueMT, however. He instead is going to focus on the age up. Madrissa now coming through. Puppypaw with the deer gathering rate shouldn't be too far behind him. The gold is a big problem, though. Yeah, oh, wow, I see. Puppypaw, he committed to a second prelate for this build. And those aren't cheap at this stage. Remember, that's 100 gold, so you go for this wolf den investment to kill it, and then you end up spending straight away. It means that Louis is going to have a very clear edge in his age up, and I think Puppypaw, this very well might be a mine work build, actually. And this is like a very early prelate, by the way. A prelate can buff 9 villagers. He doesn't even have that many. But it's because he wanted to go wide for the deer, so he couldn't just kind of balance a prelate in the base. Yeah, difference it makes, right? Like, just Season 10, we would have been seeing deer shoves. Season 11, not really feasible. Okay, so he does actually go Archon. Intriguing. I guess this is not too bad, right? Like, he needed the prelate anyway to gather on the food, and he has the prelate now as a fallback option when he goes fast castle to gather relics quicker. It's like, it does have some value, as weird as it looks. And I'm still trying to figure out why our maps aren't showing. Apologies, folks. I'll have a look into that as time goes on. But for the time being, I guess we'll just have to have it not showing. Very odd. So, Blacksmith's now coming in. Louis has gone for the Imam play, despite the fact we've already arrived in Feudal, which is the surprising part. But we did mention this, right? Like, if you find yourself in a position to potentially rush Castle Age, you can then rush for the relics to deny the HRE. Wait, you guys got some bananas you're not sharing? Okay, which civ would it fit to have bananas as a resource? Like banana trees to eat from? Like, what civ would you choose for that? We add the Ape Kingdom. Literal planet of the apes. Wait, where do bananas actually grow? I'm trying to think. Isn't it like, do they grow in the Caribbean as well? Is it Caribbean and Africa? And maybe South America? I don't know if it's just the term Banana Republic that's making me thinking of, like, you know, Cuba, etc. So looks like the burn's coming in. Puppypaw actually does secure the merchant camp and denies a house. Yeah, Louis now housed. Oh, God. Yeah, he went for the trade out. But Puppypaw was a little bit better prep, which is surprising for the guy who's going Castle Age here. That's pretty sick, though. Like, with the healer boys, Puppypaw can't contest him directly, so he just avoids him with the extra movement speed. Did get harassed out. He had to move away. Does Puppypaw have the food? Oh, he does. Guys, with 16 sheep, this could actually end up being a Burgrave build. Would he do it? From this type of position? It's kind of tempting. I mean, you do have decent map control to potentially sneak relics, but it's a bit of a gamble with the positioning of Louis' army. Spin, when they do get the burn downs, they will now just walk away. Moment of Truth is approaching, and it is going to be a classic. Burgrave Rush from Puppypaw. Okay, now we're cooking with gasoline. Louis, he's still playing the Age. He has at least done the correct thing, guys. When you play this map and you're worried about cheesy rushes, always consider short walling. This wall is invaluable against these type of plays. Because now, if HRE comes in with a wave of men-at-arms, you just keep clutch repairing. You buy time, build extra walls, etc. Why no mine work? I think he needed the extra gathering rate in his eyes. Like, Puppypaw was probably worried he wouldn't have enough food, so maybe he wanted to try and sliver farms in as he went. The other thing as well is actually, like, if you go mine work here, it makes your intent obvious. Because your opponent could have scouted that from the low ground and seen, oh, it's mine work, it's fast castle. Meanwhile, currently, his scout, there you go, he only just got confirmation, and the Burgrave's almost complete. Interesting game we're about to have here, because Louis also doesn't even have Blacksmith Tech 1, which means he can't double the damage of the archers he has up against these men-at-arms, at least. And the Spearmen, they've been waiting on the side here. Archers should be able to counter them quite well. Shivs are going to be brought out, so a little bit out of time achieved here. That's going to slow down Louis' reaction, which was to Mirror Castle. And Puppypaw, now on his way to the races with the first men-at-arms. But they are early men. Wait, we need veterancy, sir. Oh, God, yeah, he finally queues it up. He's like, whoops. Luckily for him, actually, Louis didn't really want to try to contest that first men-at-arms. I think he was scared of when the upgrade was going to come in, especially considering it only takes 6 seconds to complete. Now, there is a tricky detail here, folks. Can you figure out what might be problematic for Puppypaw's strategy? It's the healing. He has no way of getting rid of the healing because he has no range units. And guys, Louis could make this even harder for him. If he actually chose to, he could have queued up a meta in prep of this. At which point, Puppypaw's only option would have been to switch into range units, because with the 2 armor, your men-at-arms do way too little damage. Now, luckily for Puppypaw, Louis decided to choose a bit more greed, though. Even then, I don't know if I call this luckily. The inbound positioning from Louis, though. Louis? What? Oh, no. He selected the entire army and then right-clicked, so the imams walked in on top of their opponents, just kind of rubbing up against them like you're in an overcrowded pump grind techno club. Puppypaw, like, you know, you've had this now going on the Burgrave for what, close to 2 minutes? This is where you have to assess, did I get enough out of this? Because this is the way Burgrave works. It's a tempo play. And I don't think it has paid off. Warlord's going to come out. Puppypaw will back away. Buys a little bit of time. Gives him more time to start queuing up the first boys. And the first relic is already on its way to be secured for Louis. Yeah, and this is the other annoying thing, right? Just engage, back away, get the heal. Don't lose the boys. Does lose the supply on the other side, as prelates are now coming out from Puppypaw, who's also seeking said relics. Yeah, already has 1 in the bank. Probably going to need, like, what? I'd say a 3, if not 4 relic game. I think Puppypaw has enough men-at-arms now that LoueMT has to kind of just wait until he has his counterplay. Wouldn't expect him to just rush out here. And behind this, honestly, the farms with the Arkham was the correct call. I think if Puppypaw went mine work, he's just dead here, GG. This actually gives him runway. Yeah, just as the sheep are running out, he's going to have, what, like 8 or 9 farms added in. So he has some leeway here with his economy. Archers are still going to be a little bit of a nuisance. Did get the small wall up, so we'll be able to shut that down. I mean, actually, funnily enough, Puppypaw didn't even need that wall. More relics coming in. Other side of this, north side, we have got the men-at-arms moving towards the D. Louis starting to prep crossbows, but the count isn't there yet. Reminder, guys, Burgrave got buffed, remember. It has this stat on it where you do bonus damage on the charge. 50% more, in fact. So that initial strike point, much more impactful, even to counterplay units. And well, with the marching drills, you definitely have the movement speed to gap close it for time. Men-at-arms? They're gonna catch the villagers coming out. Louis is experiencing a lot of out of time right now. And he doesn't have much in the way of passive production, does he? No, it's just the Mehmed Imperial Armory, which is quite interesting, actually. He left the armory on a mangonel instead of switching Springolds. He had it toggled, but like he never actually countered this early on, even though he's only against men-at-arms, and Springolds is the ultimate counter. Puppypaw into horsemen. Yeah, once again, the farms. Without them, he wouldn't be able to afford this. I don't know, I actually respect the fact that Puppypaw didn't get baited into the mine work like many players would do here with this type of build. I actually think nowadays, mine work makes a lot more sense just for the night spam with Regnits, not for men-at-arms. Louis, he has already used the Anatolian Hills, so like the sheep have just came in. He just didn't want to rush them. He's got that plus the Madrasa. He's definitely not going to be out of food too soon. The options are very limited, and there's no harassment onto Puppypaw, who's able to play now looser and wider. Does get the wall up just in time before that knight would make his way in. What's making his way into Puppypaw's base is going to be the 4th relic. Jannerf was big. I mean, sure it's big, but do I think that Janissaries are still a viable unit? Yeah, I still think they're a viable unit. I get hurt them, granted, but I still think there's a unit that you can build. And it'll still do reasonably well. What I do love is that they didn't actually nerf Sipahi. We'll see if those come into the game later on, though. Now, we're focused on crossbow versus men-at-arms. Mango, just a little bit redundant for this type of fight. The Janissaries just get sacked. Yeah, this is the thing. You've just got a lot of very slow units against MAA. Now, the upside is actually that Puppypaw expected heavy units. He went for the mace instead of going for the two-handed. Should be able to turn around in a second to take out the Mango. And this wall, remember, this wall's always kind of a weird deterrent to Puppypaw hanging around. And no, we have not made the announcement yet. The announcement will be after the HIMS Cup show now. Gotta give people a reason to hang around for it. Because apparently, Puppypaw versus LoueMT, two of the best players in Age of Empires 4. That probably should be enough of a reason, yeah. Okay, so what's the game win condition now for these two? Puppypaw, the men-at-arms has felt a little bit wonky, but it's done enough to kind of stabilize it. I think he could look for Imperial Rush if pressure doesn't come in. So Louis going to keep escalating, and it makes sense as well because like the Springles should be the ultimate counter. Janissaries plus Springles kind of solves for everything here. Does Louis hate passive income? No manners, no military scores. I love that. So the thing about military schools in Castle Age, they start to become somewhat worthwhile, but you're under pressure. You need troops. You can't just go into passive scaling. And remember also, melee schools in this map is difficult for multiple reasons. For a start, there's not much room in your base. The other awkward thing is there's not much resource either, key resources. So if you rush military schools, you then don't necessarily have the firepower to get out onto new resources. Like men-at-arms are eventually going to get shut down after being a nuisance. While Louis is also posturing to go into the enemy base. Yeah, double whammy in effect here. Am I going pro? Not sure about that time sync. Danny's? Oh, he's cut off. The Springles aren't being target-fired. There we go. He moves beyond. Puppypaw goes right on top of them. So you should be able to clean this up. The crossbows are kind of more important to take out than the Janissaries, actually. You just start to step away, and it looks like Louis able to hold on the front side of the base here. Puppypaw, I thought the men-at-arms would be good enough, man, but it just shows you how underwhelming the burst can be on these units. Lanchnecks now being added in. Puppypaw in need of more time. Farm count is getting decent. This Lange play is a little bit gambly because it requires a lot of gold access that Puppypaw doesn't really have. Knights, they dive past. Wait, hello? Okay, someone went out for a coffee and wasn't watching. It looks like the villagers building up the outpost are going to struggle here to complete it. We'll just about get it online. The Janissaries, like, they snipe all the workers. Springle placement has been queued up. So Puppypaw will eventually stabilize his front side of his base, but Louis right now, just sticking it to him. The worker kill count keeps escalating. Louis doesn't have much in the way of eco upsides himself there, right? Those aforementioned military schools that are only now coming in. Yeah, and he hasn't really done much with the rest of the map, right? He hasn't captured sacred sites. He hasn't been able to win the relic game. You know, there's not much that you can consider a thumbs up here currently for Louis, outside of killing workers. Interesting game. How did you guys gamble, by the way? Game 2, 76% for Puppypaw. Really? That is very interesting. I wonder how many people would refund if they could now. Villagers? Oh, that's a big hit. The Ronins. They're quicker. And wait. It's more broken than that. HRE movement speed applies to Ronins. Why? Why? What? Dude, like, how is that balanced? They're armored Onobugeisha. They've got 1.51 movement speed. Nani? Oh, what the hell? No way, dude. This is like a developer oversight. There's no way that's intended. Turns out the Adidas sneakers are too strong, man. I can't believe that. 1.51 movement speed on a unit that hits like that with that health, that movement speed. What? Why? This even has me double checking. Like, it's so absurd. I've had to go double check that I'm right. Yeah, Ronin are usually 1.25 movement speed. It has been buffed up to that. Like, I'm not imagining it. Actually, are they 1.2? I thought they were 1.36 or 1.38. They're fast for men-at-arms is the idea. But with HRE, they are ridiculous. Oh my god. Condottiero? I think Condottiero was 1.3? Was it 1.5? Just look at them. I'm baffled. And more so than that, remember, like, when they charge, they go up to horseman speed. Oh my god. They don't even Naruto run, and yet they move that fast. 1.86 movement speed. Unbelievable. And no, that's not the March Drills icon. That's the Forlorn Hope. That's the charge effect from the Burgrave. I'm gonna have to talk to a dev about this. There's no freaking way that that's intended behavior. When it was like, KP, what you gotta ruin a good thing? It's like, because it's like kind of absurdly unfair that that exists for them, and then what do other civs get? Like, are there any other examples of where, like, unique civ modifiers would apply? I guess you could say, like, English with their attack speed aura. Does Japan Bannerman buff? It should do, yes. And why is Puppypaw's food eco so good? Because meat HRE farms. Look, we nerfed it by, like, 10%. That's gonna kill them, right? Nah. He's got farms here. He's got some berry gathering out. He's also got the ball play. He's cozy. I think we're going to be hunkering down for Imp at this rate. It doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't really feel like a game that's just going to end abruptly, right? Then again, Louis doing something funky. Is he using, oh my god. Yeah, he's building rams out of the Imperial Armory. A little bit surprising. Yeah, but the thing about saying things like Kurotai Aura or Yam or the English Aura, like, it's a bit different to this ability, though, right? Because this ability, like, just applies to the Ronins without any conditionals. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like it's a little bit strong. Does the gold discount work on purchasing Ronins? I haven't tested that one. I feel like this is the best one, though, right? Like, I think a lot of those others, the conditionals are very valuable later in the game, but the Ronin timing, like, early on is powerful. So I've got the minute I'm still lurking. Now, the gold should be well defended here. He has got multiple placements. There's double Springle plus the fortifications. So gold could get idled, but it will not be killed. Louis has got some significant food issues to resolve, though, and yeah, he's only making the farm transition now when Puppypaw is well and truly underway, and then some. It's now 24 farms. Men-at-arms, they are going to start marching in. Fortification will hit just in time. That should be enough to deter Puppypaw away. It's just not really worth the commitment. Never mind. Oh, that's an interesting one, actually. Delhi Ronin getting marching drills. Ooh. Are there any others? The thing is, I think the thing that makes the HRE movement speed so crazy is like you get it straight away, no strings attached type thing, right? Like I'm trying to think if there's a Civ that would use early Ronins better than HRE, and I don't think there is. Later on though, like later on there are other better options for sure, like Delhi, the English, etc. But early on, when you got a small number of Ronin, HRE kind of slaps. And oh my god, this is a slap around the cheeks right here. Look at the size of this army. 48 men at arms now. Puppypaw, he's been prepping for this. He pins him up against the edge of the map. LoueMT, nowhere to run. The army has to stand its ground, but the men-at-arms are irrelevant against the heavy maces to the face, and that is going to be enough to put a disgrace into the Ottoman plans there. GG gets called. Puppypaw now 2-0 up, and twice showing us how fortuitous, enjoyable, and already, I want to say different, Season 11 could be. That's kind of wild. 2 games, both actually might be uploadable. I've typed it out as HRE Ronin get to wear sports sneakers. Or HRE Ronin, actually no, you just call them our Olympic athletes. There you go. That'll work. So 2 on the board. I'm hoping that we maybe see a little bit of strike back coming in soon from Louis. He does tend to do this where it's like a little bit of time taken to wake it up, right? So wouldn't write him off just yet. Mali Ronin get stealth? I don't think so. Because that is a unit-specific thing. You're looking for things that are like broad spectrum. These games live or just replays? They're live, which is why it had Gambler on it, for example. And even if they weren't, you know what I'm going to say. Who cares? If you haven't seen the game, it doesn't matter. So next up... Oh, we've got a classic. We got English versus Japanese, but the map is going to be something special, guys. We've gone ultra old school here. The oldest of old. Black Forest? Nah, you're never going to guess it. Ever planned to cast Dota 2? I'd love to cast Dota 2 again. I've said this before. I'd always love to go back and do more Dota 2, but like it's hard to do it when there's no opportunities. Dota 2 is not really the type of game that people care about, like the community casting stuff as much outside of like TI. TI is the one exception. But like I'd love, I've talked about this. I'd love to be in a world which I can just do Age of Empires 4 and do Dota 2. And, if the right opportunity comes along, I'll definitely look to get involved in Dota 2 again, but that scene's been a weird one for me for a long time. The way I describe my like, focus on other things from Dota 2 is I was starting to feel like one of those guys in the high school movies where he's in love with a girl, but the girl like never acknowledges it and just sees him as a friend. And I like realized that I was spending my career being that person, just waiting around, and I don't like that. I like to be able to go do things, help improve things. So if Dota 2 comes knocking, we'll see what we can do. But until that day, we focus on communities that appreciate us and welcome us and want us, I guess. There's dirty YouTube comments? Wait, what? X. That's a bit mean. Alright. Anyway. El Clasico time. One and all, welcome back to the channel. It's a blast from the past. We are returning to Altai. And funnily enough, there's already an English pick. You can't make this up. That's right, folks. Game number 3. And we are on peak classic here. Altai, a map that has not been seen in competitive Age of Empires 4 in over 2 years. It felt right to bring it back with its return to ladder play in Season 11. And Puppypaw is already reminding us of why English was so good on this map. The deer strat opening, he even has in a farm. LoueMT on the other side has the Japanese. That's another weird one, right? For the very first time ever, we get to see Japan on Altai. What a curious pick, actually, by LoueMT. I'm wondering what the thought process is with this pick, because, guys, the thing you have to remember about Japan prefers maps that are open because of Mount Samurai spam. Well, this is not a very open map, so Louis presumably got something else in mind. By the way, I've got a smile on my face from seeing Altai here because of, like, the pathing. Are you seeing this? Look, tell me that doesn't look epic. There's weird little routes through the mountains. I wish this was more consistent with Altai. It would actually make it so much more enjoyable, like, you know, conceptually, like, strategically to watch. It's why, to this day, like, when we had a French pass game years ago, there was this one that always stuck with me where there was a bunch of breaks in the mountain that people could ride through. Made it so much more incredible. Yeah, I wonder what Louis' idea here is against English. Because English could technically Lombo rush you if the gold spawn's bad, right? Which is why it's fortunate Louis got a back gold. Back gold should be pretty hard to harass here. In fact, the TC almost fully protects. Oh, man. Dude, this is really taking me back. And the expansive fields into the hills? So this is a great farm area in, like, the hyper late game, I think. Gaps in the mountain really favor Puppypaw. Not to, like, a crazy degree. If you mean by real estate, yes. He has more real estate to work with late game. As in land to build on. How dead is deer pushing? Deer pushing is gone. Do you need, like, more proof that deer pushing is dead than the fact that Puppypaw walked out to the deer instead of just shoving them in? And we are going old school by Season 8 standards. Season 8, Season 9, right? Like, this looks... Oh, Season 8, rather. This looks to be a 2TC build, surely. Other side, Kura Storehouse is going to be coming through. Nicely placed as well. Louis basically just gets to connect into the deer area. Alright, I need to remember to change mouse after this. This mouse feels weird. And predictions, like, what did it come out at? I'm curious. 82% for Puppypaw. You guys really don't believe in the Japanese power, huh? I mean, it's... It does feel a bit like copium on this map. I am still scratching my brain as to what Louis' game strat exactly is going to be. Like, you know, could this be a Samurai Flood? Could that work? Because my worry about Samurai Flood is if this is deer start, Puppypaw could rush White Tower and be safe. Maybe you just go Onobugeisha? But once again, does a White Tower not just kill you? Japanese with 0 deer pushers? Maybe that's why he picked him here. It's like, oh yeah, now, well, the deer's already in your base, so who cares, Lamau? If you want my opinion on deer shoving, by the way, you can check our video we done on the patch notes for Season 11. We released it about a week ago. We should have actually done some clips, some shorts there highlighting things. Let me message my editor. That's a pretty good idea. Because, like, the thing about deer shoving is, like, they were right to change it the way they did. But I think they were right in the moment. a year or two from now, if we have new food sources, they should revert the change. So we do have outposts coming up. LoueMT is definitely looking to be greedy. Meanwhile, it is going to be Horseman King opening. Puppypaw is, in fact, not doing 2TC. No. So is this going to be FC with King's Palace, maybe? And then you mirror into Knights? Or is he going all in? All in's intriguing here, actually. Like, considering like what you're building, Horseman into Japan's intriguing because Japan doesn't normally want to build spears. You know, the reason why I think this type of build wouldn't work before is they would have been building spears because of the deer shove, but that doesn't really happen anymore. Right? The nerfs were significant, guys. It takes over 2.5 times more wait time between shoves to move deer. That's pretty much like strategy dead. You know, if someone has to wait 2.5 times as long as they used to deer shove, and you don't lame their deer, at that point you can't blame the game anymore. That's on you. I know some players are going to hate to hear that, but like really, if we're being fair about this, you have all the time in the world now. Whereas before, it kind of felt like you maybe had to choose, like, am I getting extra sheep or am I laming your deer? Now you can do both. Interesting tidbit of information, by the way, guys. We are 3 games into our show match, and we've yet to see pro scouts at all. That's quite curious, actually. Especially considering some of the maps I'd say would okay for pro scouts. Like, definitely not really Enlightened Horizon, but our opening map of Sacred Grove is a very pro scout heavy map, I'd say, based on the historical bits. Alai, not so much. Just because by the time you're pro scouting, the big deer stacks can be removed by both players. You have to think of Altai like you think of Hill and Dale. So anyway, Puppypaw being annoying, he's just trying to pad himself for his own tech timing here. Louis is definitely going to be pulling the trigger first, and I think a big part of that is Puppypaw's choice to go double horseman. He did at least force idle time off of the berries, but does Louis care? A little bit. He's got 9 sheep. He's also got the deer at the back still, so he should be fine. Here's a crazier detail for you guys. Puppypaw, and pause that thought. Wait, did he pull more workers? He gets the shivs out. So Puppypaw right now has 20 sheep. Good lord. Yeah, and already adding in farms. Alright, so important thing about the farms, guys. English farms got buffed. Per age, they received a 5% buffer. In Dark, Feudal, and Castle, it's only Imperial that's unimpacted. It's remained at 30%. So this means that the early game scale into farms is a little bit more smooth now. And I think that's exactly why Puppypaw has just completely ignored the sheep. Right? Deer is a better gathering rate. Sheep is notably worse. And the farm's just better to get into straight away if you can. And here we go. It's going to be the 2TC. King's Palace coming through. Love the Ford Farms. I love it more the fact that like he done Ford Farms and then built King's Palace. You want to buff the enclosures? How about if you surround them with palisades, they're harder to raid. There's your buff. Ooh. Nice raid there, though. Gets a worker guild. Does cost him a horseman. LoueMT first to age up here. It's just going to straight up run out, surely. Yeah, if the king's at the back, there should be no hesitation to rush for a relic. I think right now, Louis is a little bit distracted with getting his face pummeled in. Yeah, so fun fact. I think I've told this story once before. When I first started playing the game, I played HRE, actually, like, at release. Pre-release, even. I didn't really like the English. Just felt a bit oppressive, toxic, or whatever. And my first experiences with English enclosures, I misunderstood. So I thought enclosures, the way it worked, is that you built palisades around them, and they buffed your farms. In my defense, I thought this because I had multiple games where English players would build palisades around their farms, ergo me being misled to think that enclosures only activated in Imperial once you surrounded your farms with wooden walls. Little tip for people, that's not how it works. You don't need to add wooden walls. Although it does look pretty. Now, this is also interesting, by the way. The farm transition from Puppypaw basically got mirrored by default by Louis, right? Because of the free farms he gets. So he's competing. Especially now with the Daimyo, where it's buffing up on the gathering rate compared to where it was before. Like, he's doing a bit better. We do have Mountain Samurai hitting the field. Puppypaw's reaction is going to be to go Knights. So he's looking for a win over time build here, right? Where, like, you get into the big fight, you clash, and then you run away. Because it's Abbey of Kings. Meanwhile, LoueMT doesn't really have a capacity to heal at really a comparative rate. Yeah, so he's more about burst damage, whereas Puppypaw is about attritional. And the attrition really is taking effect here. That's the second worker kill. In a game where Puppypaw is 2 TC, and Louis is not Yorishiro dropped the TC. He double Yorishiro stables. What? Math? Guys, he actually can't afford double Yorishiro stables. So he's spending, per stables, he's spending about 750 resources a minute. Right? And that's being generous. It's actually more than that. Look at his income. He'd need 1,500 between food and gold. He doesn't have that. He has more like 1,100 right now. And that's before we then calculate the cost of villager production, an extra 150 a minute. So like Louis, I mean, there's some burst behind this in terms of timing, but like overall, this isn't sustainable. And you're already seeing it. One of these stables just not being used. Like, don't get me wrong, there is a strategy to this, and we've seen it with other civs before as well, where like you'll drop triple archer range when you can only afford one. But the whole idea is like, instead of getting 1 by 1 out, you get 3 out. So it makes for a better defense, but I'm wondering, like, did he really need it? Because if you think about the maths involved, he could have had one stable's just normal production speed the whole time, while the other spam produces. And I think he would have achieved similar results, and then instead could have had more food, gold, or more villager production here. Now, credit to him, it has at least led to him having the night lead, which is crucial here. The interesting part is that Louis didn't use that second Yorishiro for a switch into crossbows. The other awkward part is if you don't kill that king soon, this is going to get ugly. And oh my god, it already does. The workers get cut off. 2 more down. It only cost him, what, a single scout? Rest gets out. So yeah, the thing I was talking about for Louis, the crossbows, the Onimusha. Onimusha here would have actually given him the ability to snipe injured targets. Until you've got a range unit, you're just kind of going to keep getting cheesed here with these dives. Because, like, ultimately, outside of really poor micro, Puppypaw shouldn't really lose much in the way of units, if you think about it. If ever, actually. And, man, Puppypaw, the wars begin. I'm starting to get flashbacks to Altai, man. Oh, God. Gonna need to see a doctor. But call the doctor for these boys, Puppypaw. The NHS might work for the living, but it does not work for the dead. Awkward, ugly fight to begin there for Puppypaw. All off the back of LoueMT, getting that timing around the Uma Bannerman, and now the push is on. Outposts are coming up. That's going to give the attack speed aura. That's going to be enough to convince him to turn for a fight. He's going to have to. Stands his ground. Mount Samurai are going to A-click in. King is absorbing a lot of aggro here, which is better. The Knights do more damage than the King, so you kind of want him to tank for you. But it looks like LoueMT, he's breaking through. He's still got the buff running. The Uma Bannerman never actually got sniped out. He pulls him back just in time to stay alive, to sustain the buff, and he breaks in. Forward farms to Puppypaw is going to hurt him. Outpost now being harassed down. That's 3 workers inside. He's not ready to defend yet. He's trying to buy time for the heal to come through from the Abbey of Kings. But it might cost him the workers instead. Decent damage done, but Louis, this is the real problem, right? He didn't keep the press going, which means his health bar looks depressing. Look at the state of this. And now, look at this. What damage, lol? Yeah, so Louis basically just has to keep out DPSing him. He does have the extra melee techs coming in, so it's melee tech free. And Louis, are we actually going to see a switch now into the archers? No. Oh, wait, what? He double trees. That's interesting. For more farms? for 2TC. Oh, wow. I'm kind of impressed, but also scared. Because 2TC is going to slow you down, surely. Your opponent's working his farms again. He has better food income still. And I have a better sub count. Appreciate worst case. Remember, guys, we're just a few subs off of achieving our sub goal for the month. So if you sub directly yourself, it actually goes a long way. I don't know if Louis, like with this TC placement, he will get access to some of the deer and the berries. And berries are really good actually for Japanese. So he might be able to compete for a little bit longer of food income. But really what he needs is more farms, right? Like that's the way you truly stay in this. And you know the more you fail to do that, the more the English are going to do it. We already have triple cluster for English. Puppypaw rejuvenate is going to walk out. LoueMT though, guys, he healed them. The kiddo brought out the Shintos. Yeah, because they've already done everything else. And correct me if I'm wrong, did he get the tech? Oh, I don't think so, right? He didn't get the increased healing. Shinto rituals would go a long way here, actually. That's kind of sick. Although, he forgot the Bannerman. Wait, why did he forget the Bannerman? Oh, no. Did he just, like, double-click the Mounted Samurai and forget guy? Oh, no, he lost him. Oh, he got sniped down, okay. So, Numu's coming. Thank you, J2 Shots. Appreciate the sub. Keep those subs coming. Because this game's definitely going up on the channel, so, you know, you get to etch your name on the part of the channel history. As we're going to see who can etch their name onto Altai as the first victor in the esports scene on this map in a long, long time. Walls going up from Louis as well. A cute idea, but unfortunately, that one knight that uses our sick route is going to discover that it's all been walled. Not just that, Puppypaw is going to discover that farming is going to get very difficult here. Yeah, this is like weird, right? With the attack speed, you think you'd kind of be able to compare, but it's just nothing compared to the extra, like, what, 5, 6 damage that you're seeing here from the Bannerman? Actually, it's more like 4 or 5, but still, it's enough. Because you think about it, a 20% attack speed buff is going to be worth 4.8 damage. So you're kind of mirroring this. And you have the deflective armor, which means the first hit doesn't hurt you. That's going to come in now. Puppypaw has to start spreading out. And he does give up. Oh my god! Puppypaw's fighting my ass! What was that? Look at that nightline! Backs up again. Chase continues. There's just so many dead red bodies. Is LoueMT actually going to start losing some soon? He must, surely. These health bars are finally starting to budge a little, but it might be too little, too late here. The breakthrough is coming in. The Mad Samurai are too strong, and LoueMT has done it with Raw Knights. You know, people talk about CSO as the Chinese Night Scourge, but they often forget that LoueMT is the signature Mounted Samurai pro. Oh my god. Shout out to Don for taking my role of caster cursing and doing it for me. Thank you very much, Donald. Oh, wow. I don't know if that one's uploadable or not. That was cool, but it was very short. Don't know if I want to say linear, but you know. What a game. So, LoueMT is alive, my friends. And Puppypaw will get his happy English pick to use again after game 6. Up next, though, let's have a look and see where the boys are going to take us. They're going to be taking us Mongols versus Ayu into Mongolian Heights. Oh, did I forget to mention to you guys that I brought Mongolian Heights back? How many seasons? Is it 4 seasons since Mongolian Heights was in map pool? It's been a long time, right? Goodness gracious. All right, well, we're a minute and a half out. I'm quickly going to change my mouse. Yo, what's up, Aaron Paul? Thank you very much for the sub. The bits, rather. Appreciate you, mate. Right, I'm not liking this mouse right now, so... Let me switch it. Yeah, I had to try and switch mice because something broke with my USB port. Because I've got one of those external USB port things, but I got one of the cheap ones. So I thought it'd be good enough. And I needed to like unplug, replug. Because it was being weird. It literally, like, all the ports stopped working. I didn't realize it until we went live. It's fine now, I think. There we go. Well, I got a 5K PC but playing on a laptop. Is this a promo? Yes, we're sponsored by PC Specialists. I reached out to them about getting hands-on with the best laptop to see if it was capable of doing everything that I need in a setup. Like, this thing is doing everything. It's running the game, it's running the broadcast, it's recording locally in 1440p while streaming in 1440p. It's running multiple cameras, which are like high-grade cameras from Elgato. It's achieving it all. Like, every single thing is being powered by this. Also, even got this really cool portable liquor cooler over here. I say portable, like, better to have it stationary, but, like, actually, the difference it makes in heat dispersion is crazy. So, yeah, really big shout out to PC Specialist. If you guys are looking for a laptop, exclamation mark PCS, go have a look. And ignore the exclamation mark announcement. That's not the announcement. But if you want to get your hands on a pristine laptop, definitely check them out. Really cool brand. Glad to be working with them. And they also do full PC setups, all-in-one PCs. They've got the whole kit and caboodle. So go check them out. All right. Let's get ready. Mongol Fast Imperial. We see it everywhere. But there's one place we haven't seen it. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time to bring Papa home. We head into Mongolian Heights. Here in the HIMS Cup, Puppypaw leading the series now takes the field as the Mongols. And LoueMT looks to get his camel vibe on. It's an Ibid pick, the player in the blue. This is going to be a fun one. Mongolian Heights. When was the last time you saw this map? Reminder of what this map is to those that have not seen it in too long. There's a river down the center, a lot of shoreline fish, and a lot of crossing points, 5 in total. Typically, you're looking for a civ that can utilize the fishing or deny it early on to stop the escalation. And what is up, Caraxis? I appreciate the prime sub, mate. Thank you very much. Always appreciate people getting those subs in. Bring them through. It helps out immensely. Oh, man. And what laptop model have I got? I have got the AMD Recall 16-inch from PCS, PC Specialists. So this thing has got a 5090M in it. It's got the 16-core AMD CPU in it, 64 gigs of RAM, 4 terabytes hard drive, SSD, Gen 5 and Gen 4. And then it also does come with a extra external cooler you can get your hands on for, I think, about £120. Honestly, like, I was skeptical at first. I was like, there's no way that this is going to make a difference. And then I tested with and without, and guys, I can guarantee you it does make a difference. If you're using a laptop stationary, I would recommend checking this out. For me, the laptop made more sense for when I'm on the go, but I know for some people, they like to have a laptop for different reasons when they don't want to move it. All right. Let's get into it, though, because I'm curious, are we going to be getting an advancement wing build here? Because we used to see a lot of Ibids on Mongolian Heights when it was on the ladder. But when people done it, it was like typically advancements, so they could actually get a boat out and contest the aggro of their opponents, or the greed rather of their opponents. But there's no aggro at all in this game. No, we've got both players chilling. Neither have gone for fishing. They're both going for feudal. And I'm wondering, is this going to be a silver tree or just a deer stone? Ah, come on. A man can hope. It is just going to be... Oh no, a man can hope. And his wishes will come true. We've got a silver tree build on one of the classic maps for it. Mongol silver tree trade makes a lot of sense here, folks. So the more retracted trade posts and the natural tree lines to kind of hide your trade as you go. Other side, it is going to be logistics. So Louis, the advancement would have been redundant because he looked out, he didn't see any fishing, there's no value there. Your PC's laptop has been sent in for repairs 4 times since 2022. Good lord. Don't know where you got that from. But yeah, I heard good things about PC Specialists. Like, you know me, guys. I like to vet the brands before we interact with them, right? Make sure it's all above board. Like, you know, I might not need my hairline rejuvenating or my belt line shrinking as much as some other people might. But, like, we went with HIMS because we checked and done our info on the brand, and we saw that, okay, yeah, everything seems to be above board here. Like, that's always been a big thing for me. Same with PC Specialist, Gigabyte, AMD. We always aim to work with people that aren't going to screw over the customers. You know what's going to screw over Puppypaw? Camels. Bleh. Yeah, I'm not sure how impactful logistics is going to be. Like, it's strong for the aggro play, but one big part of it that was good got removed, remember, guys. One big part of why you used to go logistics wing was the deer shove, actually. And deer shoves has been, like, nerfed into the ground. They don't exist anymore. So this Loggy has to be about aggro, or Louis just thinking a naked fast castle. Puppypaw other side. Silver Tree. Is he going to rush the traders? No, not so far, actually. He's holding off. A lot of content creators forget that bad sponsors can kill a reputation. Exactly. And I'd be curious, like, on that folklore. Send me the details on that, and I'll check my guy on my side. Like, it may just be they went for a bad period. Like, my experience with them has been pretty clean and pretty on point. Yeah, so Carl's not going to do too much work. I guess you could actually just kind of ignore the Magadai with Dervish healing to fast castle if you wanted to. And looking at the fact he's building an outpost, no, he is committing. It's going to be Desert Raiders. So he is doing the classic one. We've seen Magadai versus Desert Raiders a lot in the past. And everyone laughed at the okay NVIDIA Intel fanboy for being wrong on this one. Anyway, so... Wait, is this a bait and switch from Puppypaw, or was that a misclick? No, he's actually committing archers. That's interesting. So I guess the thought here is pad yourself with archers, and then you can go into Magadai once you have the traders. Yeah, that makes sense, because if you spam Magadai, you can't afford traders. But archers is almost like a padding, so that you can make way for your greed. For Louis, this is just going to be continued aggression. He has got fishing, actually. Ooh, I missed that for a second, because Blue Lamau, he snuck to the north side. So we've got fishing to the north that Puppypaw is completely unaware of, but he's going fishing to the south. So fishing plus trade. Do we really need to ask who's getting the better deal here? Villager's going to go down, though. Wait. Ow! Alright, that's going to be, what, 95% up? Villager is on the way, though, right? I imagine he's going to be committing one. He's just trying to delay it until the Magadai secured the area. But this is tricky, guys, because Puppypaw went for the traders and went for the dock. He doesn't have enough Magadai to contest the Desert Raiders. Remember, they do well in a one-to-one exchange, but on top of that, you've got the Dervish healing. Why did Puppypaw choose both greeds, man? Like, maybe one and the other, but he'd done both simultaneously. And you're having 100% CPU GPU issues. I'd check like what you like, how you see the graphics card, etc. Because like I've got AMD GPU and CPU in my main, and we're fine now. We had an issue when we initially updated our drivers because I think like it hadn't clean installed the previous ones, but then when we wiped, we were fine. Wait, is Puppypaw? These two are just having fun, aren't they? We're just getting raw Magadai versus raw Desert Raider. Yeah, but the difference is, look at what Louis is up to. He's starting to prep a scale point, and I imagine this is going to be a military wing reinforcement build to overwhelm. A good choice as well, considering that Puppypaw has got a lot of exposed economy for traders and more to come. Yeah, not to mention any attempt to dock. That's another exposure point. The villager is coming, by the way. Ah, but he's not going to be baited off of it. Maybe? No, wait. Puppypaw, not like this. Go. Leave. Fly. You fool. Okay. So loses the wood. More Desert Raiders just snuck in. Does this really work mathematically? I guess if you get enough traders online, this can actually overwhelm Desert Raiders. And in fairness, Louis has chosen the greedy route. So, yeah, he's going to have to play a game of dodgeball for a bit. The good news for LoueMT fans here is that his can dodge. Remember, Magadai are slower than the Dervish Desert Raiders. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've like I think I've had I can count on one hand the amount of times like AoE 4's crashed over the years. And some of them were when it was an Nvidia system, some of them were on an AMD system. It's just sometimes like the game does have some poor optimization elements, right? Especially if you're someone who likes playing those 500 population games. Keck W. Okay, I think my mouse is dying. Or my little USB external that I got off of Amazon is dying. Either or. Well, Tech Up's coming in. We're only, what, 1 minute away? Puppypaw is close to his own age up, so it looks like he'll be able to mirror. And the cool thing is Puppypaw can overwhelm if he gets this Kurultai timing. Timing, though, he's going to just look to snipe in. Has got that attack speed buffer. Able to clear a few of these. He's actually overwhelming right now. Hello, Puppypaw. The Desert Raiders, they didn't end the melee quick enough here. They stuck to the range. He didn't want to get kited. Now he might get killed. That's crazy. Puppypaw, he also did commit into the attack speed. But by the time he'd done it, LoueMT was so close that he couldn't just walk away. That was the risk of what Puppypaw was doing. He committed with attack speed over maneuver to win. Usually you have to hold on to maneuver so that you don't just get kited. And now things just get better and better. He cuts him off. He kills both of the dervish. And Puppypaw, not only that, while going trade, has chosen step readout. So, like, presumably we're thinking fast imp here? Yeah, step readout is kind of crazy with the way he played this. But what's even crazier is how quickly everything just unraveled for Louis. I am baffled, man. Like, this went from a 50-50 game to like a 90-10 off that one fight. Louis is in a really awkward position now. He doesn't have that scale point into relics for gold gathering. He's got fishing, but it's not crazy. It's only 3 fishing boats. He's so weak on aggro right now. His opponent has played loose onto deer alongside the trade he's already doing. Trade that, by the way, is slowly scaling. We're up to 5 now. And the Magadai still pose a threat that Louis now has to answer. Louis now has to play risky with his own economy. Because the free fishing not enough means he has to go into berries. He has at least played this right with the outposts and placements. But Puppypaw is going to play it even easier. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. It's such an underrated but smart move. Shoreline fish Mongols. Remember the Gurkha move. For that peak efficiency. What a sick read. He's going to want to come over to the enemy side to get the most out of it. But like right now, Louis has no idea this is happening. He's still reacting to the Magadai that just got vetted up. Yes, they can trade a bit more evenly up against the Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders have finally activated melee. Louis will at least be able to guard here. The second wave comes in. LoueMT can lose more villagers. In fact, he's not even reacting to this right now. He finally does go for the garrison. But this is all just a bait and switch. This is classic Mongols. Like, oh, yeah, like I'm totally just all in aggroing you right now, man. I'm just, like, looking everywhere. It's not that I have, like, no extra army. XD. I would like to see him move the Gur, though. Please. 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 Alright, Lancers finally came in. Oh my goodness. Hold on a sec. Let me change that command, the announcement command, because that is not the announcement. The announcement hasn't been made yet. You're getting ahead of yourself. So Lancers arrived to force him back to base. Does Puppypaw have eco? Wait. Puppypaw didn't build any enclosures. Like, he didn't build any pastures. He only has 2 sheep. Oh, no. Wait, did he... He's lost the traders? No way. After that clutch play... Is this really going to end like this? It looks like it. Mongol players, they only ever want one thing. And this time, they're going to pay the ultimate price to try and achieve it. Dive comes in, Lancers plus the Desert Raiders chasing onto the crossbows. Berry Gatherer is about to be in trouble as well. The idle time alone is just depressing to watch here. And the press continues. Barely any military units. More Lancers on the way from LoueMT. And Puppypaw is sitting on 2,500 resources, which are being used for nothing right now. LoueMT, content with what he just done, is going to back off for the time being. Dervish is now being planned into to go after the relics. Relics that Puppypaw never went for. A reminder, folks, this is Silver Tree plus the step readout. And it still wasn't quick enough. Not even with fishing. Lance is in again. And Louis going to be fishing for kills. We've seen Mongols come back from practically no economy. But normally, it says IV at the top to allow for that. Yeah, I is going to be I captain. Let's get out of here. And I am going to try to win next game because this one looks done. Puppypaw, almost 20 workers behind. He's been sitting on 2,500 resources for the last 2 minutes with nothing to do with it. Yeah, and like this is one of those sunken cost fallacies where the longer you don't do something with it and the more workers you lose, the more convinced you become that it's the only way that you actually can win. Louis, has he been expanding? Yeah, just down to the gold, down to additional resources. So he's going to keep the pump going. Puppypaw is now reinvesting heavily into crossbows, so he's not rushing the age up anymore. And the hopium in chat is real. I mean, I just hope they don't raise the price of canisters of hopium air for you guys. Might get a bit too pricey. Dive comes in again. Desert Raiders there to snipe down all expos. Puppypaw's gradually getting enough outposts in here to protect himself, but reminder, this was military wing reinforcement. There's nothing to really stop Louis from just building a ram to the side. In fact, it's probably the cleanest way that he could now win this game. I think maybe he's just kind of forgotten about it. It's easy to actually forget about that detail, but there we go. Ram now coming in. The reason why Puppypaw hasn't called GG is probably because these things can't kill buildings. That's now been resolved. And he sees it and immediately weeps. What a swing and roundabout series here, folks. It's now evening up to 2 apiece, but even this game was a roller coaster ride of who had control. The Mongol clutch button gambit, I think. All right. So, yeah, if you're trying to catch the announcement, you're not going to get it yet. You have to hang around. Reminder, we have got a huge announcement coming in. The biggest announcement you're going to see for AOE4 all week coming in later this stream. But we're not ready yet. No. We have an entertaining series that continues to deliver as we now get ready for game number 5 with 2 apiece. These boys are delivering exactly what we wanted to see. A back and forth clash that goes deep. Exactly, huge. And I'm not being like huge with a lying perspective of the angle. It's huge news coming in for AOE4. Up next, we've got some fun new maps. Highwoods has been selected. Okay, I'm a big fan of Highwoods. I do think the map has some flaws, and we'll probably be able to talk about them if this game goes deep enough. And we're working on that, because the devs should have worked on that already. But I think Highwoods is a really fun one, and you'll see why when we get in. Wait, what's the drama in my chat? Wait, does Dom want to be mod? It's just him okay being him okay. Yeah, we almost, like, I think at this point we just kind of keep him okay here. It's like a grimace opportunity when you're like, oh no, not again on this. Not being rude, is he? Okay does have a habit of calling GG's early. And also spends most of his time in chat elitisming about how, like, he doesn't subscribe and that he shouldn't subscribe to anyone. Although he has been quiet on that one recently, so maybe he's evolving with new discussion points. You can check my messages. Okay. KB ignored your last one? I mean, if the redeem comes up, the mods can do it. I just, like, I don't have the capacity. Like, dude, you're asking even more things of a guy who literally does all these things already. All right. It's janky spaghetti time, guys. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for a map that I consider to have the possibility to be a pristine addition to our esports scene with just a few humble tweaks. It's Highwoods. Giant hill in the center, spaghetti tree lines all around, and two top-level players to show us just how fun this one can be. We hop in for Puppypaw versus LoueMT, game number 5. LoueMT with the Shushi's Legacy, Puppypaw into the Knights Templar pick. Now, Knights Templar is an interesting one here, actually. KT definitely has some value points because of the flawed elements of this map. Now, I'm not going to say this map is perfect, but I think it actually has some potential, and we're working to actually fix that potential. Highwoods, I love this idea of all these tiny little tree lines that lead you around and about. I think it's a really cool element to the map that just hasn't been able to be appreciated so far because it hasn't been added to ranked. And it also has two things that let it down a bit. You've got trade posts in the corner, sacred sites as well. Theoretically, there's a lot of defensive play. I think we're going to look to try and fix this map. It's very reminiscent of the issues that Highview had. Highview, that once they were fixed, became a much more competent map. The deer is kind of crazy, though. We have got a lot of 5-stackers over here, and in fact, a very beneficial spawn for Puppypaw if he can find them all hiding. He's got 18 deer across this screen drag. That's crazy. Meanwhile, it looks like Louis actually got similar just behind his base. Yeah, interesting. Like, what biome did they use for this? Chalk downs. Because I think this map is usually a little bit more spread than this. And Puppypaw, wow. Instant ball play that Louis hasn't mirrored. All right, that's kind of sick. I'm intrigued by this one. I think the thing that I love about this map as well is, while having these spaghetti tree lines that can turn into kind of gank rotations, you also have this epic high ground to fight over between the two bases. Like, this is the type of map that I think has a lot of cinematic value while also having some interesting design strats. Yeah, I wish we actually had more maps like this. Like, all these little enshrouded areas to sneak around. It kind of gives me the vibes of the sneak up that would be so epic to see on more maps, but doesn't exist unless you use Stealth Forest. Now, this game does leverage a bit of Stealth Forest, but ultimately, even if there was a lot less stealth, it would still function well because all of the thin tree lines that break line of sight. Desert camo in the minimap? Yeah, actually it kind of does. You know, there's an interesting reason behind why digital camo works, right? It's something to do with the brain and how straight lines break what, like, your brain can perceive. It's very weird. It breaks the silhouette. Yeah, and it's like straight lines. Like you'd think they would actually stand out more, but they don't. It's almost like they actually blend in more than wavy lines because of the way that your brain processes information. I'm gonna have to look it up again. I remember reading about this years ago because I found it very fascinating. But that's why most military forces don't use like ink splodgeny type designs anymore, wavy designs. Most of them now use pixelated type ones. So Kingdom of France is coming in. LoueMT, where did he Medigarden? Just in base, right? Yeah, I don't blame him. It's a pretty good Medigarden. He could have got like a lot of wood and gold over here, but it's nice to have the food, especially if you don't want to rush pro scouts. But let's be totally real. You're doing pro scouts on this type of map. Another side, Puppypaw, he did go into Kingdom of France. I imagine pilgrims are already on their way, yeah, to the backside. He kind of... yeah, he didn't get the type of beneficial spawn. I think sometimes the trade post spawns here, sometimes the sacred site. So sometimes you actually get much further off location for the sacred in the corner. It's just in this particular game, Puppypaw didn't jackpot it. It's only 109 gold, but still pretty good. Oh, did I say thank you to Caraxis early for the Prime sub? If I didn't, apologies. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Yeah, I kind of want to look it up now. What was the reasoning behind it? Why does... pixelated camo work? Oh, digital camo is the technical name. Provides a disruptive effect through the use of pixelated patterns at a range of scales, meaning that camouflage helps to defeat observation at a range of distances. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I think the idea was that it doesn't work close as well. But, like, no camo of that design is going to work very well close by anyway. But at long distances, because of the way that like eyesight works and even like camera lenses work, it breaks up the vision in a weird way. Well, it looks like we've broken up the party on the ball. Horsemen do arrive. They weren't camouflaged. They just ran in all naked and screaming. And this is pretty cool, actually. He's forcing a lot of auto time with the Puppypaw. He's forcing him to react with the Chevalier. And that's going to enable the first of the pro scouts to come home. Now, this matchup is an interesting one, actually. Like, you can kind of play Chug or just rush Castle with Sushi. The reason is Chug, like, in theory, do quite well against Chevalier. Not in a, I'm just only going to build this and this only. But the idea is, like, repeated crossbows shred these guys quite quickly because of the lack of ranged armor. So you can somewhat play the Age. But with this being racks plus stables already, I have a feeling it's just going to be a play into FC. Do community VIPs get ads? I don't think that changes the ad profile. If you're really that worried about ads, the very simple solution is a mind-boggling one, but hear me out. Subscribe to the channel and support a content creator. How many sheep did Puppypaw get, by the way? 18. Yeah, that's the other interesting thing about his play, by the way, guys. Not only is it a better gathering rate, but by going for the boar, he didn't use any sheep at the start. The reason that's important is it means you can just run around like a headless chicken with a scout and never have to come home. And what is up, Faplop? What a legend. Faplop, always the Chad Lord. Comes in with another sub. Thank you very much. Watch on YouTube, or you can watch on both platforms. I think Twitch maybe looks better now because we've got the 1440p access, which I can only apply onto YouTube uploaded videos, not the live stream. It's a spin reaction coming in. Puppypaw is rushing Castle, though, and I wonder, are we going to be seeing anything different here? It's either Angevin or Genoa, right? Angevin makes a lot of sense against Shushi because of their reliance on knights. He just queued it up, and there you go. It is going to be the Angevin Empire. Yeah, I love this. Like, the spear spam's pretty cool. As long as he maintains enough food access, it is going to be a bit tricky with the pro scouts starting to move across to his side of the map. But so far, Louis has actually shown a lot of respect. He only pulled the deer from his side. Horsemen are now rotating over to see if he can secure more here. Reminder, there is 36 deer, I believe. It's either 36 deer or maybe 42 on this map. Yeah, so more than like a Dry Arabia, but a lot less than something like Carmel. Very unique design. And you see how annoying this is, though, by the way, the pilgrims on the back. You have to work your butt off to actually try and deny this. And even if you deny it, he'll just pivot to the front side because it's the same amount of gold. So yeah, Knights Templar has been picked in multiple times. If you guys remember, we actually first featured this between B and I think it might have been Louis, and it was Ottomans versus Knights Templar. It was a very weird game because they basically had an idea, and then you reach a stage where the idea didn't work, and a GG just got called. I'm hoping we don't see that happen here again. I really hope they actually add this map to like a ranked rotation with an update to the design. Louis is getting ready for his own age up. Should just be, what, Mount Lu Academy here? I guess you could Shaolin Monastery now that your opponent is going into Spears. It means he doesn't have much rotation potential. But like, maybe because you're delayed on your timing, you'd rather just get more units out. Either way, needs to tech up soon. Has got a lot of his own Spears blobbed up. But this is the tricky thing. With Knights Templar, when they do Commander of French into Angevin, they just scale out Angevin Spears so fast. 19 seconds, and obviously they accelerate that to be a little bit quicker. And you can see it here, the impact. Only 16 seconds and 108 resources per. For a unit that has 140 HP, 4 armor of both types, and reasonable damage, actually. Wait, does Linux actually not support 2K at all? Like 1440p? I didn't know that. How weird. So Louis is going to be switching crossbows. Now, this is one of the civs that actually can get the solution out quick enough. You have to remember that we're seeing Angevin Spears, but it's on a land map. And you're against a civ that can supervise to produce these crossbows every 9 seconds. So it does scare him away. Puppypaw should have been using this as an opportunity to get more resources off the map. He has moved out for the deer. He's outposting it up. And he does have the first relic home. And also now is switching into Templar Brother. Now that can feel a little bit weird. That's why I like the archery range coming in, because like going Angevin Spears to only then go Templar Brother, you're basically begging to get crossbowed in a game where you're already getting crossbowed, right? So it's like a double whammy, self-fulfilling awkwardness. Oh, so it's just for streaming that 2K res doesn't work. Got you. I don't know. I don't know if I know anyone who streams on Linux. Burns coming in. He's going to be able to break the outpost here. If he targets with the repeated crossbows, he will be able to get some worker kills, and nicely microed there. Does stack it up. So all of a sudden, Louis now finds himself ahead by 9 eco after adding in 4 worker kills. Spear spam is coming up, but the Templar Brothers are so absurdly tanky. We'll just ride by. An archer upgrade's on the way, which is smart. Like for Puppypaw, actually, he's put Louis in a position where archers technically counters everything. Maybe the one exception being the Shaolin monks, but even then, like you can kind of get kited out, right? But like spearmen, crossbowmen are going to suffer. I like that Louis is now adding in the pass guard. That's going to give him some semblance of a defense against it. And he has got enough food income to keep that up. That's the thing you have to remember is like for Puppypaw, he's just playing loose economy. Louis has been dragging all the deer home. So he's gradually just getting more and more food to work with than what Puppypaw has on a civ that, if you split the map 50-50, would have more food to work with anyway. All right, how did you guys predict, by the way? 50-50. All right, we came around, we woke up, we accepted that both of these guys are pretty good at the game. It's so weird seeing Angevin Spears on land, though. Like, normally, if you're going to do this, you're thinking about Fortress spam, or it's, like, because you're on a water map where you can afford them, and also it benefits the docks. So really intrigued to see actually how he leverages this. Like, it genuinely feels like Puppypaw solely done this to bait his opponent into a counterable comp. We do have crossbows coming in for Puppypaw, though. So the archer's apparently not hitting as hard as he liked. He saw the PG coming and realized, oh, he hasn't taken the bait. No, it's just going to be a backup. Wait. Okay, he's guarding one of the deer stacks. I think Puppypaw, yeah, he maybe didn't scout that it's a 5 over there. Remember, after Louis exploits the deer, by the way, he still has the boar, and Puppypaw is waiting for that occasion. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Remember, he'll see the boar die through the fog, and then he'll run out and try to kill a worker or two. I like that. That's pretty cool. Range damage too now from PP. It does make archers kind of a robust solution that can do some damage to PG still. So the Palace Guard aren't going to feel ultra safe. And Sacred Sites are now starting to get locked in. Should just be a goal split. Like, this is one thing that I was saying we're going to look to probably improve with this map. I think this needs a new version of this map. Because Sacred Site win condition should always be feasible. And this design doesn't allow it to be. So yeah. Maybe you could keep the trade posts where they are in the corners. But the Sacred Site should be a line down the center. So here, here, and here. Oh, wait. How did he know? Like, did he just get tired of waiting? I think he just got tired of waiting, and it actually worked out perfectly. Backs away just as the spearman was going to find him. Kind of important as well, because that spearman would have, I think, 2-hit, right? Yeah. Okay, fine. Ruin our epic story. God damn it. Why'd I even set these things up? Arthur will not find the Grail. LoueMT has found the Holy Comp, apparently. Crossbow PG count high enough. The Puppypaw seems to be concerned. It's going to be a full back away and the full idle time moving that tree line. Puppypaw doesn't have wheelbarrow either. Yeah, this is painful, man. I mean, he at least won the relic game. But the gold doesn't really seem to be that valuable when your opponent has this many crossbows already. Palace Guard are going to A-click onto the archer range. Whoops. We'll start to move in now. Horsemen are starting to come out, so a little bit tricky the way that Louis has to dive this, but he goes after the archers, who are going to pursue him now. Yep, looks like this has actually played out well. So the archers are absorbing these shots from the crossbows. The men-at-arms plus the spearmen are not. So a lot more sustain here as Puppypaw continues to push back, but I don't think he has the unit pomp to keep this going. Look at the food difference. It's almost 2,000 food income from Louis. Puppypaw only has 500. Looks like he is going to be able to push this back for the time being, at least. But my concern is what happens next. Yeah, because like Louis should just be able to afford an absurd number of Palace Guard now. Instead, he's switching Duke. Now that is interesting. Zuka knew to deal with this. It was not what I would have expected. Especially considering you already saw that Puppypaw start producing horsemen. I think Louis just doesn't trust that Puppypaw has enough food to make this make sense. But he may be underestimating the amount of food you get off of wood gathering as KT. It's like in a very weird way, he can kind of afford and justify archer horsemen. And what's up, Deus? Thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you, bud. Does he have more deer? Okay, he snuck out here. One, the monk has been harassing the eco on the side. And Puppypaw, these monks, they're just about healing. Yeah, so he doesn't think he can afford to lose units, it seems. Even if he holds the eco difference is crazy, it's pretty big, right? 2 sacred sites lost 2 relics, and the supervision. It's a rough position. Like, Puppypaw needs a big win in the fight. At this stage, you want to say mangoes, but we've seen how mangoes are just underwhelming in Castle. Guy's going to start moving in. He's actually just camping and burning through the infrastructure. It's weird, but I really dig the way that Louis is slow rolling this base. He's just preventing Puppypaw's ability to flex new unit types. Now, it's going to force him to fight. House Guard count, good enough. The crossbows, able to snipe down anything that comes in range. And to make matters worse, Puppypaw, like, what are you sniping now? Is it a crossbows or is it Chuganu? You're not really sure. Can Puppypaw even win these fights now? It looks like he kind of can for a moment because of the fact that Louis keeps burning buildings, but it's because he's just waiting for enough Palace Guard to arrive. He did switch into his group of spearmen, which was kind of unnecessary, but For Louis, he's respecting the possibility that Puppypaw has enough food for horsemen. We can see, however, he really doesn't. He's at 700 food income, and that's mainly just because of the deer, and I think he's been selling a bit of food, or selling a bit of gold, rather, to get food. Louis now with the ram spam. Last time he built one of these next to Puppypaw's base, it forced an instant GG. Let's see if it's going to happen again. Puppypaw does see it. He looks for the fight. Should be able to trade it well against the spearman. But the range composition is just too big. This is getting ridiculous. LoueMT, repeat crossbows. He's got the extra range. You can't actually kite him, and you can't kill him. You can only concede to him. Louis, from behind, now takes the lead in this best of 9. That's right. We've still got some way to go. Ooh. Okay. Well, we did warn about this, that LoueMT, like, you know, he has this habit of just coming out of the gate a little bit slower, but recovering really quickly. We've seen it time and time again in the midweek musters. We've seen it time and time again in the HIMS Cups. Let's see. What are they going to choose next? So, Louis... Ooh. Okay. We're going Flankward. Okay, I've been excited for this for a while. Flankwoods is a very interesting map. I want to see experimented with, because in theory it maybe has some slight issues around the sacred sites on the high ground. It might create like a kind of King of the Hill effect. But I thought it was definitely worth experimenting and finally seeing some competitive games on. Fact, the boys loaded in. Yeah, we've got 2 minutes until we're in. And it's going to be... Okay, yeah. So one of the players is definitely focused on the sacred sites, and I think the other expected it. We've got Delhi versus Jean, which I guess just makes a lot of sense here. Like, look at their draft, right? You were either Frenching or Delhi. French would have been pretty slick into Jean, though. What's Louis got in mind? Because, like, having French, I would have expected it to be the pick here. A reminder, by the way, winning this game will not win the series. We still have more to come. So after this game, any civ that's been lost with can be reused. Really important to remember that. So, for example, LoueMT could start using Lancaster, Ottomans again. For Puppypaw, he could use Knights Templar or English again. So it's very interesting dynamic Mongols as well. It's a very different kind of approach that multiple tournaments are starting to use now. And let me see. Have I updated everything correctly? I believe I have. And let me add in Delhi and Jean. By the way, guys, big reminder. These are all possible thanks to the people over at HIMS. We're getting ready to get in game now, but if you got a second and you're maybe looking for some medical assistance, then maybe HIMS are the people for you. They do provide uppy pills. They do provide regrow pills, but they also provide the slim pills. So we're currently doing an awareness month about the weight loss plans they have in motion here. Go across the website, fill out the survey, see if it's for you. If you're struggling with losing the weight and you've been thinking about medication, this is an easy way, no obligations to check if maybe it could be for you. Very simple thing to follow through, like what you're trying to do, what you're trying to lose, and then they'll make recommendations on what could be best for you. So be sure to go check it out. !HIMS if you want to get across to that. And big shout out for them coming across and sponsoring us. All remote. Don't have to go through like doctor's appointments and like the uncomfortableness of in person. I think for a lot of people that's maybe a little bit reassuring. But let's get ready to go. Whoopsie. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for a first. For the first time ever, we get into Flankwoods in high-tier competitive Age of Empires 4. And it's going to be a fun way to potentially draw this one up in this best of 9. LoueMT's leading. He picked the Delhi, a sensible pick. But Puppypaw predicted it with the Jean. Now, why would you pick Delhi on a map like this? The sacred sites. Only 2 of them, and closely put together on a high ground in the center of the map. Flankwoods, for those that haven't seen it, has got these interesting stealth forest strips along the outskirts and double sacred site in the center. It's an intriguing map, actually. Like, I've been curious about this one. It's like Opposite Faults. In some ways, I guess, like, for me, it's almost like it's taking to the extreme the idea of maps like, for example, Alopecia and, if you remember, Basin that Avli made. This whole idea of having stealth forests that can hide you but take longer to reach the enemy base. And then you got this central strip. I am curious to see how this one plays out. My initial instinct is maybe the version that makes most sense for Sacred Sites is one here, one center, with the trade post as well in the center. But let's see what the boys have got in mind. I mean, it feels like Puppypaw anticipated the Delhi pick, right? Louis had either French or Delhi left over, and for some reason didn't want to punt French out, even though Louis' opponent's options were Jean or Order of the Dragon. I guess he was maybe worried about the OTD potential. You love the small deer stack in the corner? Yeah, that's kind of what happened there, actually. Because these ones spawned on top of each other. So yeah, that's a little bit comedial. Wait. Alright, I didn't notice this spawn issue before. I'm gonna go ahead and send that over to Bidlin and re-hit him a little. What? Let me just go ahead and drop that in my chat with him. We natter occasionally. I guess I better do this as well. There we go. Yeah. The good news is it's double ball for Delhi, so that's not exactly broken. So I don't think we have to worry about asking for a remake. But actually, well, that could still matter if Jean comes over here. I'm trying to remember if this map was meant to be double ball or single. I think it is meant to be double on both sides. So maybe that's actually why we saw Puppypaw pick JD as well, as he thought, oh wow, there's actually a lot of XP on this map. The Skull Cavalry is going to be coming in. And we have just got the standard... Wait, not standard. What? Tower of... Hold the phone. Louis cooking. The question is he cooking or is he cooked? Because this is quite interesting. Tower of Victory, a build that fell off quite a while ago. This is him, I think, trying to resolve the Jean threat. He's going for maximum attack speed to kill her off fast. And I kind of dig it over just playing like Dome of Faith that we've seen lose quite a lot in this matchup, right? How interesting. All right, how did you guys predict? How many people saw this before they predicted? 50-50 split again. Man, the Gambas are out in force. Dude, I'm freaking excited for this. I haven't seen a Tower Victor game in a while. Last one I saw, it was, let's just say, underwhelming. Like, it wasn't a landmark that was performing how I would have maybe have expected or liked to have seen it performing. But I think if there's a matchup where you try to experiment with the idea, this is probably the one that makes the most sense. And what's he got on the spawn as well? Like the berries. Okay, so he's got a lot of berries on the east side. This is quite an interesting thing about Flankwoods is the flanks and the way they've been designed, they are actually really risky. If you don't respect them and set up an outpost or a scout, you can get completely ganked and spanked, which is why also like Jean and Delhi picks make a lot of sense. These are two cavalry-oriented civs that can raid the flanks. Now, with Delhi, you typically don't bring the cavalry in straight away, even more so when you do Tower Victory. It has to be racks. Sometimes you'll see people open up with stables with Delhi's Imam, Scholar rather, landmark, because you can heal them. But against knights, you just have to respect the damage. Puppypaw. He did keep Jean out here. She's about to get level 2. I like they actually brought her over so that he could tank the ball without having any injured parties now. Plays out a lot nicer for him down the line by doing this. I think he's about to get scouted out here, actually. Louis hadn't checked this area yet. I do wonder if Louis could maybe just go, what, Spearman Ghazi here, and you play the Ghazi on the flanks and the Spearman around the center, because remember, these sacred sites are a high-value target. No, you think the tree line's close to the TC? That works both ways. Yeah, very different, actually. You know what might be a surprisingly good pick on this map is Mongols, with the tree lines and the way they function. Because you just punt the car and you snipe over. Maybe. Puppypaw. Oh, this is a sick read because Louis was going mass melee. So if this had been like archers somehow in the competition, you'd be worried. But like, why would a Delhi player ever be rushing archers against Jean? It doesn't make sense. So great read. Puppypaw is going to be lean and efficient with his walling. He's not going for any long wooden wall across the map yet. Hello? You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth. Can you just... The wolves are even trying to warn him, guys. Like, if he doesn't realize this for a long time, and the raid comes in, he could just... he just die because of it. There you go, guys. I thought I'd get banned for revealing this, but we are watching a man rub wood live on Twitch, and somehow it has not got me banned. Clash in the center though. Jean may a bit of more than she could choose. Yeah, she's actually in a little bit of trouble here. Ghazi, remember, get bonus damage against you, so we'll have to turn around with the knights probably just to keep it safe. Actually, like, Louis could have probably ran past Jean there for a little body block, but it's awkward with just two. Man, he's really robbing away at it, huh? He's been here like 10 minutes. Most guys in chat are like, whoa, well above the average. Anyway, we have got the scholars now moving out. How long is it? Like, legit, how long has it actually been? Because, like, this has actually been going on for a while. And the thing is, like, once Louis has captured the sacred sites, does he go looking for it, is what I'm wondering. Like, actually, like, maybe Puppypaw is safe because of the pro scout's timing when it will come in, so the scout isn't going to go looking. Hold on a sec, though. Villagers, in the meantime, are going to be going down. Puppypaw with diving does get one. Costs him one, almost 2 knights for it, though. Yep, I can confirm this is definitely a wall, and you can't run through it. You see, guys, like, look, Jeanette, Pierre, see how you just can't run through this wall? It's solid. Really, really strong. Firm timber, can't get through it. Why are you guys ignoring me? We're going to keep tuning in for that, but I have a feeling that might actually be the most important part of the game, but we'll see. Spears are now approaching, and Puppypaw mirrored the spears, by the way. No range from either player in this game. Knights are sneaking in again, though. LoueMT, this time, will have the troopers waiting. Remember, for Louis, like, yeah, okay, he has the archer switch coming in, which is important because, remember, Tower of Victory, you want to be about that infantry life. And Puppypaw, did he misread this? I'm starting to wonder if he scouted the Tower of Victory earlier. He must have. There's no way he didn't see it, but the knights came by before. Because he's gone mass spears instead of just, like, traditional archer. I guess, like, Puppypaw's mindset is he couldn't go archers because his would just be worse. But nothing is worse than this. Guys, by the time he realizes that this guy's been doing this, he's going to have eaten the entire boar. So I think we're going to get a trade out on the sacred sites. Wait, hey, there we go. Golf clappers, he figured it out. Like, whoa, my legs do work. I'm a bit disappointed now. That was the best story of the game. We're going to have to find a new one. Well, archers have now arrived. Spears are going to start getting cleared. Jean. Like, okay, can I just praise Louis for how crafty this is? It's so smart. If he went Masgazi, you lose a lot fast, and the XP surge is too big. Like, Melee Jean just eats it. But this, this is just too much. 2025 and Tara Victory is relevant against a Civ that has been countering the Delhi. Oh my god. What a goddamn legend. Okay, so LoueMT now up to 4. 1 away from Victory in our best of 9. Holy crap. And by the way, that's 4 wins in a row. Is Puppypaw cooked? Puppypaw looks like he might be a bit cooked right now. I mean, he's got some strong picks, right? So anything... Oh, dude, like, I actually don't think Cal's, like, drafting system is prepped for this. Anything that you've lost with now, you can reselect. So, for example, Puppypaw, he can now use the English, he can use the Mongols, Knights Templar, and Jean again. Never use the Order of the Dragon. The only civs that he can't use are Malians and HRE, which is quite unfortunate, actually. HRE would have been a great way to kind of give yourself a breather. Louis, on the other hand, has got some absurd picks. He's still got Lancaster. He's still got Ottomans. And he's got French as well. TFV should come out in more matchups as a good landmark. I think people just don't like the idea of not having like a scale arc, a recovery arc, maybe. Let's see what the boys have got in mind, though. Oh, wait, are they not? Let me double check. Did I miss something? Oh, yeah. We're going Hillendale next. Yeah, so Puppypaw mentioned that the map was bugged. I was like, yeah, sorry about that, bud. I mean, it's a bit unfortunate. In fairness, that game was over before the ball expired, though, right? Or did he call GG as it expired, maybe? Yo, what's up, Aaron Paul? Thank you very much. Appreciate the bits. Thank you very much, mate. Now, not everyone is able to keep spamming bits like Aaron Paul is, but what you can do is spam click a link, which is free to do. Exclamation mark Gigabyte, exclamation mark HIMS, exclamation mark PCS. Definitely, especially focus on the HIMS and the Gigabyte ones. Obviously, like, awareness is a big part. They want to see sales, but awareness helps with HIMS who help us organize these show matches. And Gigabyte, it's the final stream that we're working with them for this month. Be sure to check them out. Exclamation mark Gigabyte. Reminder, guys, if you go across to their website, you can get your hands on some incredible goodies if you pick up any of their newest and best. You can get your hands on their motherboard or their graphics cards lines from the AMD side, and you'll get your hands on a full game bundle as well. Definitely take advantage of this if you're looking to upgrade your system instead of upgrading a full, upgrade a piece. If you want to upgrade your full, be sure to check out PC Specialists instead. But for independents, I always recommend going towards Gigabyte, and they have been a staunch supporter of the channel. So make sure you click on that link, make sure you check it out, and see if it's for you, and see if we can get them to come back bigger and better again and again and again. But let's see if we can get a comeback in this series. I think the boys just hopped into GAM. And we are going Hillendale. Wait, did they do a redraft? They done a redraft. I mean, I've got no way of bumping them. Lads, there isn't a redraft. I don't think either of them is going to notice. This is why we can't introduce new draft formats, because people aren't paying attention. Oh, dear. Learn for the Gigabyte link, the Robocop games. Dude, have you got the Robocop game? Is it good? Whoops. I didn't know, like, about the Robocop game originally. All right, they realized, so they're restarting now. I mean, I don't know. Would it have been more interesting, the redraft, with HRE versus Biz and whatever? Or is this more intriguing? I'm trying to think, like, did we use all the civs with this method? Because you pick 7 civs each, that's 14. You ban 3, 17. So there's 1 civ that goes unused. In this case, a Bastards, right? Shooting's great. I had a feeling it kind of looked like a Doomy vibe. Actually, no, there was another game I referred it to, but I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. All right, so the boys are going to get that restarted now. Apologies about that, guys. So we are going Hill and Dale still, I believe. I mean, I saw the redraft, and it might be to the benefit of, like, Puppypaw. I don't know. He had Byzantines versus HRE. I don't know about Biz's, like, relevance there now. Because obviously, like, HRE is more the aggressor now. So, with this system, like we said, they can basically use civs they lost with. So, Puppypaw for Hillendale, he does have English. He does have Knights Templar. He does have Order of the Dragon. Louis, however, has Lancaster. He also does have Ottomans and French. French versus English would be interesting on this map, but I think it's going to be English versus Lancaster. Should have let them redraft? Why? It's not a really good rule set if halfway through we literally change the rule set. Oh, sorry, I forgot you're called 2TC Enjoy. You want the Abasa pick. I see. I don't know. Well, I mean, that just wins the argument right there. Holy crap. If I'm ever on trial for murder, can you be my lawyer? You're on... Like, you've actually just reminded me of that, you know the Jim Carrey movie where he can't lie? It's like, objection! Why? It really hurts my defense! Oh, God. That was a good one. So, dude, we're getting English-French. Yes! Okay, that's sick. It's what I'd hoped for. But I didn't think we were going to get it. I guess, like, maybe Louis is respecting that English can potentially shut down Lancaster. But no. It's, By the way, I'm pretty sure this is, like, the drafting format that EGC Master Summer's going to use, or it's similar. I don't know if Tuma's here. I'd have to double-check. But I'm pretty sure, because this is what we... I think this is what we were moving towards with KPMM. It's just our last editions at the end of the circuit were kind of more stompy, right? So we didn't really see it. But if I go across and I double check. There you go. Oh no, maybe we did. Wait, where did we see the switch? We definitely are using it somewhere else. I can't remember though. I'll double check. I'm pretty sure, and I'll double check with Master Summers, but I'm pretty sure Master Summers was using this new drafting format where you don't redraft. Honestly, like trying to find solutions where you don't redraft is actually better, by the way, because redrafts just really drags out the broadcast in a boring way. Like more people will click off than you'd expect when you're stuck in a redraft moment. Like the percentage of people that find draftings interesting is low, actually. Most casuals don't care. They just want to get in the game. Is that Stream Deck? This is indeed the Stream Deck. This is the big boy Stream Deck, the XL. Love this thing. Live by this thing. Use it all the time. Reminder, guys, like we talk about all of our sponsors. Elgato has been here with us for a while. They're powering all of our like production systems. Like they've cameras, the Stream Deck. I even use the Stream XLR on the side, the Wave XLR. So if you guys are looking for really good solutions there, the lighting, we've got the sound pads behind. We're a whole kit and caboodle of Elgato. We'll also be utilizing them when we switch over, probably in about a week, maybe less. So we've done, 4 streams from the laptop only. My next thing I'm going to be doing is showing how easy it is to integrate this thing into my PC setup for a 2-system setup. Just to see how easy it is to plug and play. And we'll be using this bad boy from Elgato to test that. The new 4KX, which if you guys are looking at the Switch and you want to be a content creator, I know a lot of people think about Switch too, this will be invaluable for you, but it's also very useful for people like me who do 2 PC setups. So be sure to check them out. ! Elgato. If you use code KP, you can also get a discount there. I believe it's 10% off, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely take advantage of that. And this is the big boy that I've got, the Stream Deck XL. And this is the thing that captures my face. I should really throw these boxes out at some point. And this is the Wave XLR. Yeah, it goes on and on. The problem is, Elgato, even their boxes for their products are just very nice looking. You know? Bit of a slow moment that gave you time to actually work when they draft. Yeah, but it's like when you think about major tournaments, like it especially makes sense for major tournaments to find systems that spend less time drafting because it's on the weekend. And on the weekend, you like it's a very different kind of mentality of what you're focusing on, etc. Oh, blimey. Oh my god, dude. The amount of people messaging me on Friday is crazy. Just flexing? Well, I go with the fancies. You can get the fancies too, though. I even gave you a discount code. It even gives me a kickback. It's a win-win-win-win-win. Oh. Did I not open my window? Ugh. Dude, the humidity levels are kind of ridiculous at the moment. I don't like it. Oh, by the way, guys, I'll be casting on EGC's Master Summers tomorrow. That's the announcement. No, I'm kidding. There's a really big announcement coming. You definitely don't want to miss it. It's the biggest thing that's going to happen this month. I'm pretty confident of that. What's the scoreline? Louis on match point now. He's 1 away from winning. He has not dropped a game. 4 in a row now. He's a freaking monster. Nearly referenced the announcement? Yeah, he may have referenced it, but we got deets. Eyebrows, eyebrows. Did I select it? Yeah. So why? Actually, I keep forgetting to check that. For some reason, the overlay. Ah, I see what the problem is. One sec. I know what the problem has been with the overlay all day. You guys ready for this? There it is. I cropped this for some reason back before, and it ended up janky. Okay, it's fixed now. But all right, let's get ready to go. Welcome back to the channel for one of the most epic comebacks you're going to see all year. LoueMT is a monstrosity that cannot be stopped, because you're seeing that correctly. One, you should definitely click on that Gigabyte link. But LoueMT has not dropped a single game in 4. It's looking like a full reverse sweep. After Puppypaw looked dominant in his lead 2-0 at the beginning of the series, he now trusts in the English on Hill and Dale. LoueMT on the other side takes to the battlefield with De France for a classic Agincourt matchup. But that statement doesn't hold correct anymore ever since they added Lancaster to the game. But it is definitely El Clasico. An El Clasico map. The map that I believe has more gold veins on it than any other official tournament map in existence. Puppypaw, he is going to begin on the deer as he did earlier on Altai. Meanwhile, LoueMT actually didn't. He built the mill. He's going for a wheelbarrow. And then presumably goes deer. I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that he's ignored deer altogether. Yeah, considering that for his Civ, it's actually even better. Because remember, for his Civ, you know, it only costs 25 wood versus the 50 wood investment by English. And then also, the assumption is that LoueMT will be the aggressive party because of knights. And Puppypaw is more likely to be defensive. So very surprising beginning here. We just have 2x. Because I think we're like 30 seconds out from live. Predictions are favoring Louis. And I gotta say, guys, I'm not really surprised by the bias coming out here. I mean, this guy has not dropped a game 4 in a row now. If he wins this, the BO9's all over. LoueMT continues to just look like the monster in our show matches. And 8k gold in your base? Oh god. Do you remember when this map used to have 2 big tree lines on the high ground? It was silly. You just didn't need to come out. Props to the devs for over time actually readjusting this map to be one where you have to be present. You can't just camp on the high ground forever. Definitely made it more applicable. Back in those days, if I was running show matches then, I would not have used this map. I would have avoided it like the plague. And Abbey of Kings coming in. Puppypaw, second time this series. Maybe not? Okay, it is. He just builds it out on the deer. That's interesting. So, 2 details, right? I think part of this is because he wants to have his people moving across onto stone. Yeah, he didn't want to idle them in the wrong place. So, it's all about macro. Like, that's why he done this. But the other interesting thing is if knights came in, he could build a few spears here, scare them away and heal. But the most important reason is because it's 2 TC. Chamber of Commerce on the other side for LoueMT, though. He's not playing aggro. No, he's playing greed. All right. Who's ready for the longest game of the series so far? Because this is definitely a matchup that could go long. Oh, God. I mean, do you really need to rush to end against 2TC English? I do love actually seeing the Canadians play English. I think even though they prefer the boom games quite often, the way they played the boom games I found very intriguing. Yeah, like they had a very intriguing strategy compared to others. Like if you guys remember when the 2TC meta first came in off of the French King buffs, or the English King buffs, they had these really cool builds where they'd rush Imperial Age into mass cavalry spam. They were on it quicker than anyone else. Very innovative actually at that point. Put traders on food, you can reach quite a good timing. Interesting detail, actually. It's usually forgotten about as well. The amount of times I'll click on the French traders and they won't be toggled. I think there was a time where the UI was bugged so that if you're observing, you couldn't see the correct resource that traders were returning. I think they fixed that since. So takeout complete. LoueMT already got 2 traders queued up, courtesy of going for wheelbarrow, plus the survival techniques, and now he moves on to the deer. So notice that little bit of fluidity. You know, moves out, builds mill, eats berries, gets wheelbarrow, moves across for tech, then moves to the mill. So just a hop skip. Louis is doing everything he possibly can to minimize the inefficiency of walkings. Puppypaw, on the other hand, not too far off his second TC. Does he be greedy? You could be greedy down the deer, but it's very risky. More likely is going to be a 4 TC on the gold. And then you just short wall here at the back, which both players are now aware of. English are aware of what's happening over here. LoueMT does get seen trading. Wait, he pulls the trader back. Huh? Louis knows the timing on the king, right? Remember, it takes him, was it 50 seconds to come out? He doesn't insta-appear. I guess you could have got caught on the return if you traded. But you're already priming knights, so presumably you'd have him in time. Yeah, Louis is going to play this ultra safe, in fact. He's going for the wall on the east side. And he isn't going to move out before he has some insulation. Yeah, I would have thought you'd go for the initial trade, just because you should be able to sneak home. Then again, you probably get hit once or twice on each trader, so they'd be a liability. I think Louis doesn't want to have to risk it that way. Just wants the safety of mind. Puppypaw, he is keeping an eye on this, so he knows exactly when the traders are coming out. King is sneaking in now. Completely unnoticed, about to be revealed on the front side of the base. Or not. Puppypaw steers wide. He's going to cut him on the return. Now, Louis does have a second knight coming, so it's going to make it quite difficult. Timing is perfect to intercept the other trader, though. Option down, Louis, no instant reaction. You can kill this. Like, yeah, you have the health to dive here. TC's going to get Garrison. No, he cancels the attack. Puppypaw, no. King barely gets away with that. That's unfortunate. Puppypaw, it looked like he might get the kill. But accidentally cancelled in the animation too early. So King has to run all the way home because at 25 HP, you're a liability here. But he does now have a Spearman on the way. I like this from Puppypaw. I think what Dom was saying is quite correct. Like, you can't just try and play a scale v scale game here. Trade tends to ramp up a bit quicker, especially with the French, especially when they do the food that Donald mentioned. Yeah, and especially when they have full map length here. Louis' walls are coming. Oh, this is interesting to think about with like a more macro game focus. When we've seen Wham versus Louis in the past, it's the most heinous mutual walling you can imagine, I think, sometimes. Whereas Puppypaw, like, you know, we call them Wham's walls for a reason. We don't call them, like, you know, puppies. Wallies? I don't know, like, how you make that work. I'd say on average, like, Puppypaw has historically been a bit more aggressive. Then again, Wham in the last week or two has been matching that. Either way, in this one, we're definitely getting a Canadian who's punting it in. Spearmen are coming through. Villagers are looking to set up the walls now. Louis is going in for the switch. Archers being queued up. The king did go down. Long live the king. New one just got queued. That is expensive. 200 resources down the gutter. Food income looking quite nice. He's competing. He's still got extra free traders to get, right? I think... Did he get everything now? Okay, no, he did. He locked it in. He got forestry, he got the wheelbarrow survival techniques. Only thing that's really left is pro scouts. But pro scouts in this map doesn't really make as much sense. You already eat one your deer, your opponent eats one deer, so you'd be pro scouting for double deer. You could technically with French and Jean because of the discount. But I think right now you just need presents. And not the kind that Santa brings. Archer arrives. A little bit awkward that Louis revealed the archer like that, though. So that gives info to Puppypaw to prep horsemen or just hunker down. I think the other frustration for Puppypaw in this game is it's very hard to get ahead of French trade because of the TC being faster to produce as well. Louis, the amount of walls. We're pre 10 minutes and he's going close to 30 wall segments. Good God. Well, Spearmen are going to still sneak in for the time being. And also, in fairness, Spearmen is a great way of blocking and countering wall play. Because you can burn through it, right? But the Archers is really a big problem right now for Puppypaw. I think instead he's just trying to feign full in and get towards castle. You can see that by the macro. Free TC here against trade. There is some credence to it, but your opponent is building a decent number of knights, which might make you a bit fearful. And on top of that, Puppypaw actually hasn't built a single wall tile yet. So instead, maybe we see a white tower down here on the sacred site, blocks the front ramp, and also secures 8k golds. Louis, now that no pressure's coming to his trade, it's almost like the shackles are off. Marches out into the mid-map. We're approaching the English base for the first time in 10 minutes. The timing might be perfect if this is greed. Puppypaw is a sensible lad. White tower build coming through. Not really the aggressive location you're looking for that we're talking about, but you had no choice after you had to retreat here. Louis will get conf on the TC. He did not see the white tower. Louis, he got a glimpse. He now knows. The problem is diving here is not feasible. Not with the attack speed, not with this time. Remember, we don't really see much English. You've got to really respect this Civ's ability to defend with attack speed. The Spearmen, they attack every, what, 1.88? It should be quicker than that. There we go. For some reason, the attack speed didn't buffer in first. White Town now online. So not actually diveable. Instead, Louis is going to mirror. Royal Institute or Guildhall? Guildhall play. So he's realizing that this could be a very long game. And you know what we say about those as a tournament organizer? Fantastic. Yeah, this makes sense. Guildhall into potential scaling. Like, you're playing on a map that is defensive by nature. Hill and Dale really isn't a map that is exposed. It's not like Prairie where, you know, you can just get rushed and shut down. I'm glad to see people loving the content. Remember, guys, if you are enjoying this, these particular series are facilitated by the prize pool money coming from HIMS. So really big shout out to them for sponsoring the channel. If you're looking for weight loss solutions, hair regrow solutions, or little you regrow solutions, HIMS might have the solution for you. Medical provider, be sure to check them out. And obviously do your research, but if you are looking and leaning for a provider, maybe support the one that supports gaming. God, I'm glad we didn't lean on the theme of who would need this product as well. That would have been quite insulting. Could you imagine we done like the Mega Ball? All right, who needs Oppie pills, regrow pills, and slim pills all at once? Sheesh. Step up to the podium. ... Nah, I'm not going to put a name out there. Arbitrary coming through now. Just clicked on a food trader. Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. Like, the problem was we had plenty of games where... I remember we had one distinct game where I criticized one of the players. It might have been Dumo or Louis. I was like, why is he not getting food? It makes no sense in this position. And the problem was that the UI was bugged at the time. But they fixed it more recently, which is why you can see it's nice and fluid. Like, we can see he's gathering wood, he's gathering food. There was a season where it was bugged. He's actually got, like, a mixture of all three. By the way, it can get better eventually. Remember, once we get to Imperial Age, you also get the Merchant's Guild for even more gold pump. Cool to see Arbitrary this early, though. English going knights maybe seem a little bit weird into French knights, but the idea is, like, you get ability to raid and shut down the traders, and then also defensively you get the attack speed buffer to try and mirror the damage output of knights. They both go Imperial, they both basically get enclosures. There you go. That's the way to think about it. Yeah, it balances exactly that way as well, because if you just have traders only doing food and then you have the Merchants Guild, it's, I think, mathematically quite... Is it not identical now? Or did they nerf enclosures to 8 seconds? I'm trying to remember. I think enclosures is slightly worse than Merchant Guilds now. Mathematically. Like, actually, if we find a farm, we can easily check. Okay, no, it's every 6 seconds. I think it was... Did it used to be 5? They definitely nerfed it, like, a few patches ago, I remember. Is the Arb melee armor upgrade only with shields, or is it perma? It's perma, and it's ridiculous. Arbitrary is still one of those weird techs that exists that most people acknowledge probably shouldn't be as good as it is. For a long time, French was... It's weird. French was, like, not relevant for quite a long time, if you guys remember, about a year ago or so. And at the time, the thought was, like, arbitrators are still kind of ridiculous, but the Civ is not pickable, so we can't really nerf it. The weird thing is, even though French became a lot more viable in the last several months, Arbors never really got retouched. Because the thing you have to keep in mind is, like, you know, if Horsemen are meant to count Arbitrary, and you charge in with your 18 damage per strike, 30 of your damage is just being removed by Gambuson's deck, right? Almost a third. And wait, do we have we've got full stone walls. Okay, knock on the center, though. Louis, wait, he didn't set up a second wall line here. Uh-oh. Army's on the way home. It's going to be a little bit late to the party, though. I'll pull with the break-in. Doesn't have the clear target yet. The walls from Louis, though, just in the nick of time here. This is getting dangerous. Puppypaw needs to ride past immediately. Otherwise, the backstab is going to pin him. Finds his way towards the traders. LoueMT sitting here with 22 traders about to be exposed. Guildhall also revealed, so Puppypaw knows exactly what he's up against. He doesn't have to worry about the royal bloodlines. A second wall coming in as LoueMT tries to trap them inside. Trap them we will. Knights, archers following up. There's nowhere really for Puppypaw to run with the melee composition on foot. He does pin the villagers, though. Great grab here. The veteran spearman going to clean up. The idle time has been achieved. The knights are going to sneak out the other side, and a second wave is now knocking at the door on the west. Puppypaw is pivoting into horsemen also. And great kills here, like what, 5 or 6 achieved? He's even going to look to burn his way out. That's not going to work in time. The archers should kill him. He'll probably break the wall and then die. But Puppypaw now actually has an eco lead. The game's looking more and more cozy. Even finds the gold workers on the west side. Louis, I liked his idea, but he needed like 2 more minutes, right? Like 2 more minutes and you get the stone walls up on the west and the east. Then your opponent can only break center and you guard it a bit tighter. But Louis, I think he tried to run before he could walk here when he aggroed into the enemy. Right, he's posturing for a dive. But now he has to defend. Heat Rush is going to come in. It will be successful. So Puppypaw will have to leave and actually needs to start thinking about his unit production rates. LoueMT is building a noteworthy military pop lead, and almost his entire army is built off of the idea of quality. Yeah, meanwhile, Puppypaw's is trash. Definitely feels like Puppypaw's concept was to go for the Imperial timing and just kind of drown his opponent in spears in the meantime, but that's now backfired. Wait, is he gonna go again? That's kind of wild if so. Puppypaw, if he does this again and it fails, he has nothing to defend with. I think at that stage Lou will just be too big. I mean, he's sending it. I kind of get where Puppypaw is coming from. It is trade, right? But at the same time, holy crap. Like, put a pin back in the grenade, so you're going to blow us all up. Yeah, so back on the high ground he goes. Melee blob is massing. Now, Puppypaw does have an insane amount of food income. The farms have been scaling up, so he's definitely not dead. 40 farms is a lot here. And Louis a bit lackluster. He's only got 1,000 food income, and that's, like, what, all from trade, I think, at this stage? Bar maybe, like, 10 food gatherers. What a weird game. I mean, then again, what do you expect when this is just a matchup that, you know, at high level we don't really ever see anymore? Sure, you always see the Goldies play this. But English in particular just fell off the side of the planet, and oh no. French remain dominant for a good reason. He pulled the food. He's looking to pin him in the base. And Puppypaw, I mean, the food income is good, guys, but do you see a problem? A huge problem, in fact. Puppypaw's building trash because trash is all he can afford. 63 gold a minute. Alright, yeah, nah. I think back to the drawing board. English buff not good enough, question mark? Because this is 5 relic gaming, potentially. 3 sacred sites, like this is all viable. Guildhall still scaling. Trade about to scale more with the Merchants Guild. It just looks dead. You spam in the back isn't really going to change much about that. Puppypaw tries to make it about lane trades, right? Go down the flanks, the outskirts. But the walls are coming in. LoueMT, last time it caught him off guard. This time, he will be amply prepared. The villagers running along the top to ensure it. The burn through. Is it going to be quick enough? Puppypaw! Oh, he gets the break! He gets the in. But while he's sending it, so is Louis. Marches forward here. Knights. Arbitrary account looking good. Elite upgrade about to kick in for those Royal Knights. But the melee blob is diving. The trade is unguarded here. If he starts running him down, Puppypaw can completely unravel the French plan. How the hell? I cannot believe that. That is fractional there. The difference that made. That wall tile completed. The villagers were about to start tap repairing. fractional difference in the breakthrough there. But Puppypaw keeps his hopes alive here. Spearman now moving in to intercept the traders. The Horseman dove deeper. The keep drop is going to reset him, though. But there's plenty of traders to cut down here. On the front side, the army is going to march out, but difficult with this Red Palace now. Puppypaw, he's done a miracle to try and stay alive here, but he still hasn't solved the gold issue. And you can see that Louis is so oppressive on this map. Northside gold blocker. His camp in the center, so you can't sneak this. And I think despite the valiant effort of Puppypaw and the good raids on the side, I see a man stuck with trash that can't do anything but trash. Like, it just looks so uncomfortable. Looks like the raiders are getting it cleared up. The stone walls are now in. Puppypaw, oh, wait, hold on a sec. He did buy. He bought across. Yeah, I think he sold food. And Wingard's coming in. So, Puppypaw, he says, don't count me out just yet. Elite arbitrary upgrades are in. They're not going to be able to make it the Red Palace easily, though. Look, he's body blocking him. He can't go inside. So the dive continues. This is an expensive punt past the Red Palace. But it puts Louis back in his corner. And it covers the tech up, and that's a Berkshire switch. So he can't go Wingard. I mean, I guess the lack of gold is the problem here, right? But wow, lack of time, lack of ability, it doesn't matter anyway. The push, the dive past the Red Palace costs too much, and looking back, you can see exactly why the cursed landmark continues to ruin everybody's games. Oh, man. G to the G. So, an ambitious effort coming in, but in the end, Puppypaw, dude, Louis is a monster. I think Louis is somehow just so much more threatening in longer sets than short ones. This is such a frequent thing we see from him, where he just basically falls behind early on and then takes the lead. But, pretty cool set all the same. Once again, really big shout out to HIMS, guys. Remember, these are all possible thanks to them. HIMS if you want to check out their products. They provide a bunch of different medical services, access to weight loss opportunities, as well as hair loss prevention or regrowth, shall we say. And of course, they can help you with some uppy pills if you happen to maybe struggle with the McLovin. So all those type of services are available across at HIMS. HIMS to go across the website. They have an easy survey to fill out that you can follow through on. And then they'll be able to line you up for the correct type of medicine that could help rejuvenate certain elements of your life. So thank you to them for making these show matches possible. But guys, is it announcement time? I need to set up a new image to show, because we've got something quite special to announce. Which one? This one? All right. Now, you guys know how I feel about running esports tournaments. Look at all this hair. It's not going to stay here much longer because I need to stop doing it. It's not healthy for me. Now, most people would be smart in my situation. They'd retire to an island somewhere with all their esports money, their cajillions made. They'd rug pull the Microsoft money. They wouldn't play the players. But not only are we paying the players the $9,000 payout on KPMM, we're going bigger and better. It is my pleasure to announce that Midweek Muster will return for 2025 and 2026. Bigger and better than last time. This time, 40 weeks, almost double the prize pool of last time, kicking off in August, all the way through to June. $20,000 in total prize pooling to be dispersed amongst the pros. That's right. You guys don't don't look at me, don't thank me, thank yourself. The ongoing support, the continued growth is what makes this possible. Without you guys tuning in and without the continued support, and the growth of this channel, this wouldn't have been possible. Big shout out to Nilly. Big shout out to World's Edge for coming back and doing this. They over doubled their previous commitment to our proposal. Midweek Muster Season 2 will begin in August, where we will continue the numbering because it sounds really cool to continue for 31. So next time when we end, we'll have done 70 editions of Midweek Muster. Absolutely incredible. And big shout out once again to all you guys. Like, this is going to be great. We're going to try and experiment a bit more with the formats, change things up. We're going to keep things honorably focused on what 1v1 training should be to allow people to kind of like get past that gatekeeping and continue to do what we aim to do, right? Bring new blood into the scene, hone their skills, build them up. But we're also going to sprinkle in new maps as we always have. We'll be attempting 1 or 2 different draft formats to see what is perfect as we go on. And I'm sure more tournaments will follow suit. Like, I talked about it before, guys. Like, we've done a phenomenal job. You know, Midweek Muster really did deliver what the scene needed. I truly believe that. And you guys made it possible. A reminder, you know, keep sharing around. Keep letting people know about this. Keep growing it. Because, like, if we prove over now the next, like, 40 weeks starting in August that we can grow this even further, next time we might be able to double again. Crazy, but possible. And what is up? I see you guys. Buzz, Marv, dude, 20 gifted and 10 gifted. You guys are absolute legends. Thank you very much. You're absolute superstars. Capital GG as well, the 10 sub gifted. Thank you very much, man. Apparently, I've just got announced tournaments all the time, and then everyone drops the gifteds. Dude, you guys are wild. But guys, yeah, like, it's my pleasure, my privilege, and hopefully not my insanity to bring it back again. So, 40 more weeks. And we'll be aiming to start either the first or second week of August. I just wanted to leave it loose for a bit of prep, as we do need to sort some admin changes. Like, big shout out to Chum. I don't know if you, like, I don't think you'll mind me saying. Chum was invaluable in running Midweek Muster #1. He was my boy there behind the scenes, always working his butt off to make sure the players actually turned up to the matches, that actually everything rolled across nicely, the links were updated, that all the brackets were updated, etc., helping me choose maps. Couldn't have done it without him. Unfortunately, his role is a really time-consuming one, and I don't think he'll be joining us for Midweek Muster 2. So we're currently on the lookout for a new admin to assist with that, because open scheduling is the opposite of the medical team we work with. It's not a hair loss preventer, it's a hair loss enabler. But yeah, like, absolutely incredible that we're going to be coming back. 40 weeks! 40 whole weeks! And almost double the money last time. And I am seeking sponsors to take that further. I already said to the World's Edge, I love what you guys have done. Now I want to stack up on top of it. My goal is to, before we start, see if I can maybe extend this to 25 or 30k at least, which would buff up the prize pool more and put us in a position where we might be able to start paying out maybe the quarterfinalists instead of just semi-finals and grand finalists. But yeah, my belief is that this will continue to be an integral part of the community and will continue to grow, you know, brick by brick. And all you people watching now and watching later, because I think I'm going to ask my editor to put some together, you guys made this possible. So thank you very much for that. And I'm excited to take a little bit of a break for a month from organizing matches every single day and then lose my head doing it again. But the funny thing is, we'll still be here. Remember, guys, like, when we return, it's going to be Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays as norm. But even on my break month off, I know I'm going to be casting a bunch of AoE4s, so you don't have to worry about that. I'll still have games to entertain you. Just they won't be Midweek Muster oriented for 1 month. But without giving away the full kit and caboodle, the full recipe, I will say we have got some interesting experiments coming in. I'm already conceptualizing one. I'm hunting a new admin to work with and flesh it out. I am exploring the idea of different bracket formats to maybe balance the weeks a bit more. But yeah. Freaking crazy. Do you guys really want me to blow your minds? How about this? There's the stats. Just process that for a second. Over $9,000, because actually we've done 31 editions of Midweek Muster. We had the All-Stars. We crowned 31 champions. Over 17 million minutes watched. We rounded up slightly in the hours. I think we're about 780 hours broadcasted. Over 250,000 unique viewers coming through. And 120 days of content between November and June, which is wild because that's like how many months? 8 months, and we've done 120 days alongside all the other things. Absolutely crazy. Man, I didn't really take time to process it, actually. I never took time to backpat myself at all. I'm not really that type of person. I've said I've tried to be more that type of person because, like, I'm the type of person that'll, like, put my mind, soul, and body on the line. I'll break myself to make something work, and I won't even appreciate what I've done. But we really did do something special with this, I think. I think I said so halfway through. Is like, midweek muster is mathematically probably the best, like, investment op presented to Microsoft in a long time, because we basically got paid $300 a week to deliver what we've done, right? And, like, I'm not a huge streamer, right? Like, I'm still a 300, 400 average viewer, Andy, which is interesting. I say that's not a big streamer, but technically that puts me in the top 0.01% of Twitch streamers, right? But hopefully, like, we'll continue to grow this, continue to grow it top 800, 900,000. Maybe bring in people like Gigabytes and whatever else for long-term partnerships to keep growing it. And I hope everyone has enjoyed it and will continue to join us alongside that. My goal is to keep doing the midweek musters, to open up to maybe doing some new game tournament releases when new games come out. We're even exploring doing, like, a review channel for new strategy games. Like, there's a lot of plans coming in for the rest of 2025 and into 2026. And, you know, big shout out to Chim for what he done on the back end to make that possible. Kame, as always, with wonderful graphics. Nearly as always, like, I think, I always believed in me, I think. And I love that, man. Like, Nearly is like a brother in my eyes. He's a stern German. But that makes it funner when you make him laugh. I couldn't have done this without him. And on top of that, like, all the sponsors along the way, and all you guys, like, who've been financially supporting, marketing supporting by telling everyone about it, tuning yourself, like, all you've done it. Karyu as well. Kavayu has made so many maps. It's absurd. And I'm going to make him make so many more. My dream is we keep growing. I can actually, like, pay him something because he's a hard worker and he doesn't get any financial reward for it. But, like, you know, you guys are why we do this. And hopefully, you know, Age of Empires 4 continues to grow this year. We continue to get more people in. And KPMM, who knows? A year or two from now, I'd love to believe that it could be as big as any other tournament happening in this scene. Maybe that's overly ambitious, but, dude, what's the point in having goals that are easy to hit? I'd rather aim for the hard. And hopefully, you'll all join me for the journey as we see you all in the next chapter. All right. I probably should have recorded that locally. I'm going to tell my editor he has to download the VOD so he can figure it out. Find that midweek muster is done. Will you stream my 4v4 gold rank games on Turtle Ridge? I would rather jam a pen in my eyeball. But thanks for asking. It's really thoughtful of you. So I think... I kind of want to do... Should we cast 1 or 2 pub games before we go off? I just realized we've only been live like 3.5 hours. We could cast a pub game or 2. Yeah, let's keep riding. Because now people are going to come in and it's like, oh my god, what's happening? What's happening? And you guys can tell them. Let me update the title as well. Midweek muster is coming back. Boom. There you go. By the way, guys, reminder, we talked about sponsors. When you see those type of links, click on them. Gigabyte, go for it. Click on it. I'm going to try to talk to them as well, see if we can actually get them to be involved on a more regular basis. But easily done. Go check out the link in the chat. Have a look at the games on offer. They have a game bundle when you buy certain products right now. So easy peasy, extra goodies. I was going to look at a B game, but they're playing team games. And I would watch a team game right now to mix up the vibes, but it's not a tournament one. So kind of pointless. But let me have a look here. Oh, I also, let me quickly say GG's to the boys. I would have said GG's to Puppypaw. He always leaves straight away. Yo, what's up, Anatand? Yeah, but you're just playing ladder, right? You're not playing against, like, known players or anything, right? Why is Phil's bow always so judgmental? Bruh, like, here's the thing. You say, oh, it's horrible. It's like your laptop setup. I've been fine with it, mate. I've been doing my job fine. So, you know, like, if I'm able to do my job as, like... do we say, like, tier 1 caster? I'm allowed to say A-tier caster by Anatan's rankings. As an A-tier caster, I'm able to do my job perfectly fine. Full production, etc., and whatever. But you, with your fancy, like, you know, $200 keyboard, can't achieve top 10? Checkmate, my friend. Apparently, the keyboard, like, is the keyboard the difference? Solid A+. Whoa, I'm ranking up in Anatan's eyes. What did I do? Look at him. We have to get him to do, like, annual ones. I need to see, like, there needs to be, like, a gradual, like, incline and decline as time goes on. But let me have a look here. So I said I want to cast 1 or 2 matches. Is CSO playing some pub games? CSO would be a cool one to watch. Oh, wait, no, sorry. You said he's in with you, didn't you? Yeah. B-Cat CSO. If you guys find, like, very, very good high-level matchup, let me know, and we might watch one of those anno. Oh, wait, is that a tournament? Is that the Fields of Blood tournament? Is that tournament games? I thought that was just pub games. Anno said it was pub games. Yeah, it's pub. Okay, yeah. I'm getting baited. Honestly, though, like, I don't know if you feel this as well. I know, I think, like, 4v4s for tournaments is too big. I think, like, 3v3s or 2v2s, right? I also do wish that Clearman would just do more of the free-for-all stuff. I think Freeman's best tournament was actually the free-for-all one. It did have some judge issues, and I gave them that feedback, and they took it on board. Like, I think some of their calls was wrong, and I think they understood that. But, like, that was fun. I think they've done a really good job of a low budget for the free-for-all tournament. BO7 takes 6 hours. Oh, get me out. You went to a LAN to play League of Legends, was top 50 in Europe, rocked up with a €5 mouse and keyboard from Lidl. Oh, no. Yeah, dude, it's like, you know, true champs just make it work no matter what, right? You need to turn, like, Don, you need to up that. That's some pussy level stuff. I know you can do better. Next time, it's a dance mat and a trackpad, okay? You know what? You know I'm right on this. Because, like, the best thing is, as you're beating them, you can suavely point at them and, like, mock them more with, like, it's almost like you're doing the Fortnite, like, janky taunt dances while actually, like, playing the game. It's a win-win. It's a double whammy. All right. Sorry, guys. Let me see what we got on the ladder, though. As we want to get some gams. Wait, May is ranked 2nd right now. Dude, is that, like, did they not fix Delhi animation cancelling? Because you can, like, that, I've heard that, like, I don't know, I haven't watched many of his games. I watched 1 or 2 where he was doing it, where, like, you can, like, tap, move. The seasonal event? I have no clue. What's up with the seasonal event? Have they actually said anything regarding the seasonal event? What am I missing here? You guys want a fun one? Should we do Mia Micah versus Fei-chan? I mean, that sounds funny to me. Dude, Give You Anxiety is ranked 9th right now. Look at this monster. NA is back, baby. Swag glasses just dropped down. Music plays. Oh yeah, I forgot. Like, the ladder's completely reset my brain. All right, let's check out Mia Micah versus Fei-chan. So yeah, we'll probably cast 1 or 2 pub games and then wind down for the evening. So Mia Micah, Mr. Meow Meow. Is it Rocky River? Yes. It's a hilarious game. Like, my brain is, like, thinking about the players, and I'm thinking Agadai and Akinji, and I really want it to be true. Yo, actually, yeah, because... Oh, dude, Otmans are different now. Yeah, dude, my brain. Oh, this is going to be epic. Please. If anyone was going to meme it, it would be these two. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a pub game worth your time. We have got Mio Micah up against Faye of Meme Lands. That's right, Fei-chan is the Byzantines, Mio Micah is the Ottomans, and this is the newly buffed Ottomans. They've got some big changes coming in, folks. They now have the ability to potentially do a Kinji, right? Like, a Kinji, now when you get it, you spawn 3 of them from the TC. You also now have the TC build off of extensive fortifications. There's so many more build possibilities on the table for Ottomans now in Season 11. On the other side, Faye, you might be looking going, well, KP, Byzantines didn't really change much. Yeah, you might not be familiar with the scene. All I need to do is look across at the trade post, and I'm looking for... It's there. Okay, it's a really weird... Guys, I know it's on Miyamika's side, but I am seeing Magadai. And I'm keeping my mind open, because if you've not watched Faye-chan games before, Faye's an interesting one to watch. She has a combo of games that will make you lose brain cells and gain brain cells. It's very odd. So we'll have to see how she cooks in this one. Because I've watched her, for example, just like straight up build Magadai into emplacements and die before. She's the type of player that will commit to LoueMT builds. Foreign Stone is kind of wild. I'm a little bit desensitized towards it, actually. I've seen it more and more. I'm wondering if this is like a 2TC build. So, guys, like you say Foreign Stone is wild, but Dimu's been doing it a lot, actually. Dimu's been doing these 2TC builds. So, curious if that's the way they're going. And wait, did I miss a dono? Apologies on that. Earlier on, I think we had a dono. Was that £50? Holy crap. Thank you very much. I'm finding out who that was now. I didn't see it because we were like distracted by all the bling bling. I need to figure out a better way to go with the donos, so I always do catch them. But I'll give them a special shout on this one, especially considering how big that mount was. I believe that was... Nope, I can't see who it is. I've just got like a dono email through, but I've got nothing in my announcements? Huh. All right, all the same, thank you very much, whoever that was with the 50 quid. I appreciate you. Oh, it's on coffee, that's why. Someone threw coffee. Thank you, thank you. Oh, legend. Yeah, the coffee money does go directly into funding tournaments all the time. But no, this is just a pub game. These two memesters don't need to be paid to have their fun. We've got Faye now coming in with the tech up, surely, sometime today, instead of just dying to spears. I guess one spear's not that threatening, because you just have Akratoy defense. She's also gathering a lot of gold. Why? Like, why do you need 290 gold? Faye, what are you doing? We've got Sultani Trade Network as well. That's another big why. We don't actually see much in the current meta. Like the Season 10 meta, at least, it was always Madrissa. But reminder, Ottomans now have a lot of other new builds. You've got the Extensive Fortifications one that reduces the cost of TCs. You've got the Akinji build where you now spawn some Akinji, the Horse Archer straight away. They even buffed Pax Ottomana. So yeah, Ottomans, all of a sudden, like there's potentially 3 different routes that can make sense. In fact, little hint, little tip, we might even start seeing Ottoman players starting to take the other Castle Age landmark. Now that there's extra Vizier points, rather, that are useful. Wait, is she pro scouting? Faye. No. Wait. Is she? It would explain why she kept people on gold. Either that, or she's rising up for NA Pride and trying to make Jiggly Turd proud. Could this be a Sippy Cup build? Alright, dude, this is getting weird either way. Can I just say I am absolutely outraged, by the way, Faye. You did scout the trade post. You did see the Magadai. You did not take them. Well, she stopped gathering gold now, and she definitely doesn't have enough for pro scouts, but she built a mill and didn't, like, wheelbarrow. She's switching over now. I'm back on the gold. Like, this... Wait, what? Oh, remember what I told you about Faye games and how you either just like your brain expands or it shrinks? There's no middle ground with Faye. You're starting to understand what I meant by that now, aren't you? She just rushed Expilatoras against Ottomans, and I'm like, why? Does she think he's 2TCing? I mean, he's not moving on the stone at all. He did go for the traders, but like he's not actively trading. Reminder that traders count as workers, so with the Explorator's tech that buffs Horseman's damage against workers, you would kill traders faster. And by the way, it actually kind of feels like how trading should work in my opinion. Like if I kill a trader, I should get some gold. Like, would I really kill this guy who's got a giant caravan horse full of gold and leave the gold? That sounds a bit moronic, doesn't it? Mio with the Imam point, though. Okay, so this is interesting because both sides technically have healing. We've got more stone gathering now from Faye. Is it time to resume the Sistans? Now, it's really important that we mark Sistan placement from Faye because she is infamous for criticizing people for shoddy system placement. Disgusted by it, even. The traders get the Hospitalier buff as well. I would have to double check. It would only affect Venetians, because remember that Knights Templar do not have access to normal traders. Their Pilgrims do get the health buff, though. Not sure about the movement speed. I have to double check, but I assume the movement speed, yes. Horsemen poking in, haven't had such luck so far. Outposts going to be coming up from Faye, so we'll be safe on the front side. Okay, now me and Micah just has 2 imams and a giant question mark. Archery range? I mean, he's got enough wood. He has to do something with this. Oh, wait, no, I forgot. This is Mio Micah macro. Mio likes to rush a resource and then rush a resource, so... This still doesn't make sense. I would have thought he might rush the stone and do 2 TC. He just rushed wood, rushed off of wood, and hasn't actually added in any production buildings yet. He's just rushing gold. So maybe fast castle off the back of this? Meantime, we have got Faye going pro... Okay. Do you guys know that the Byzantines is the most confusing civ in the game for pro scouts? For a start, you prefer olive oil, right? So why would you pro scouts? But then also both your landmarks are confusing. You build the Hippodrome, you save on a stables. You build a Grand Winery, you save on building a mill. Like either way, you've already got like one step in the route towards technically doing pro scouts. But the olive oil detail tends to always win out. Faye activates meme mode, full punts it, and guys, she's not done yet. It's gonna be the Magadai. Oh, and this is dirty. So interesting detail here, folks. For a start, with the Magadai, you don't actually need to choose a contract to get them, which means if you eventually go Castle Age, you can get infinite Magadai / Desert Raiders. The other funny part is that Magadai are technically the most broken unit in the game of Hippodrome. There is none other that is more absurd, because Magadai are low base damage to be balanced, right? Like actually, the devs intentionally made them lower base damage and gave them faster attack speed to make them less ridiculous. But here's the interesting thing. Hippodrome gives you +4 damage. Temporarily. And Magadai, well, that's almost 100% increase in damage, guys, because Magadai hit for 5. Oh, this is brilliant. Mew is teching up, though. So Faye's going to want to work fast. It looks like she's prepping a tech up herself. This game has been weird, man. So he pretty much only used the wood to build houses. Wait, but he did actually max out on the traders. So a lot of safe gold here for me. I imagine he's thinking like, what, maybe knights upon tech up? Men at arms? Wait, don't men at arms die to Magadai Hippodrome? Like, I'm not a rocket scientist here, but I think Magadai Triumph murders the crap out of men at arms. I think we're about to find out. Okay, if it's Spearman, it's even more tragic. The problem here is, like, right now, if you're a viewer, you're looking at this game going, haha, how could Mio die like this? What noob? He hasn't seen the Magadai. This is the first revelation. So we only just got the info. Meta's just going to get sniped out. And did he go meta point? No. No extra movement speed. Wasn't going to be able to kite. We do have relics at least coming home. So me and Mike is looking good on that front. The Faye's getting ready to unleash the beast. We've got Golden Horn Tower on the way. Can you guys guess what's going to spawn out of this Golden Horn Tower? What crazy unit could come out of this thing? First count's rare? Insanely rare. And wait, he went Akinji. He actually got the point. For the first time in a long time, I'm seeing Akinji. This unit was only attempted when it first got introduced, and people said, it's trash, it's not worth it. Then me and Micah, he invested in the point. Remember, the way the Akinji system used to work, it's a tier 2 Vizier point. You'd unlock it, and that's it. Now they've buffed it so that when you unlock it, you immediately get free Akinji. And the Akinji are a pretty cool unit. They have a double shot ability. So they don't do 7 damage, they technically do 14. Very slow attack speed, mind you. The big problem here with me and Micah is that I'm not convinced the Akinji beat Mangadai. In fact, I'm almost certain they get wiped by Mangadai. Alright, rate this game on a scale of weirdness. 1 being, oh wow, look, it's Season 8 and people have done 2TC. And 10 being, wait, how did Drongo get in my shower and why is he there? And it looks like a lot of people have got Drongo in their shower, which explains why we haven't seen as many YouTube videos from him at the moment. Can't have electronics in the shower, it's just very dangerous. And Faye, by the way, still hasn't used the Triumph yet. This is actually quite scary for Mio. Mio needs an army. Like, where is the actual army? Oh, God. There it is. Look at the damage. 10 damage per strike from the Magadai. Horseman hitting for 15. Warlord's going to come out. You just wait that one out, though. Villagers are in trouble. Remember, the Exploratores means you do bonus damage to them anyway. The movement speed plus the extra healing means you can just keep doing this. And the dive is going to start wiping Mio's eco lead here. There's a trade out. He's dove in on the other side. The heal's going to be coming through for the imams to offset some of it. But the damage in return done here from me and Micah is just not impressive, no. Faye will be able to run him down. More villagers to die. I love that Mio's just kind of keeping the imam here for the heal, but it's just not going to be good enough. He was not expecting this. Mio now trying to transition to Sapahi is the correct call. He has at least got a military school, some passive production, and also, in fairness, I think Faye might have been missing production, if I'm not mistaken, in this game. In fact, Faye was missing a lot of production. What the hell happened? Huh? Oh, wait, no. I'm being a muppet. So, Tiny Trade Network. Okay, so Mio is really screwed. Oh, God. What? So remember, he's screwed because right now these 10 trades are generating 240 resources. That would imply that a villager generates 24 resources a minute. They don't. They generate like 40 at this point in the game, 45. So like his efficiency on his economy is really low. Meanwhile, Faye is playing Byzantines with level 5 Sistan. She's buffed up the wazoo. And she's got plenty more where this came from. Additional horsemen coming in. Horsemen which can actually technically beat Sapahi when you activate the button. The Desert Raid is also great for the debuff, but not when used like this. They're going to trade into the meta. Horsemen again with the Triumph go after the workers. Warlord's not going to work because of the buff damage. Faye will just shuffle around onto that tree line. Triumph is about to run out, but totally worth it. Is this the best Hippodrome game we've seen in a long time? Did she really just do a Hippodrome cavalry build against the anti-cav civ? I guess that settles it, guys. Ottoman Janissaries were over-nerfed, Kappa. I'm trying to think if there's a player that more consistently makes me laugh when I watch her games. I think Faye wins. No one else really comes close enough. Faye, oh my god, not again. Give him a bit of time to breathe, at least. I at least want to see what's next. Yeah, this Akinji point was a waste, right? Like, it's just achieved nothing. First away the Sapahi. First away the Spring, or rather. Horseman, oh my, wait. That was so unnecessary. Faye automatically gets Magadai? Yes. Golden Horn Tower. So the way it works is if you don't choose a contract, you can only generate the neutral mercs. Meaning she'll always get either Desert Raiders or Magadai. Can she just chill? She's diving into spears now. This is ridiculous. How is it still even working? Okay, finally, I think we're going to get some breathing room here. In Mio's defense, he has got 4 relics, but also not in his defense. He's 10 workers down, and Faye just went 2TC. I mean, could Mio just do Jannies? Yes? Like, he's got really good gold gen, is the thing. He has the traders plus the 4 relics. Like, technically, Janissaries would be his best friend. But for some reason, he's completely reluctant to do it. I think for Mio, like, what he's understanding here is he's taken such a hit here that if he has to play Janissaries, he's playing defensive. How do you play defensive from this type of position and not just lose the game down the line? So as uncomfortable as it is, like, what he's doing does make sense. Spears are going to wipe most of the cav, actually. I guess, like, you don't really need Janissaries if Fei Chan's just going to keep using the A-click. Wow, look, they have spears, but we have a horse. Ride faster. Oh. Oh. Wait, is this going to end up being the highest value Pro Scout game? Because Rocky River actually has a surprising amount of deer on it, doesn't it? And you've got one Sith that's completely not playing Pro Scouts. After deer shoving has been nerfed. Remember, we are on the new season here. Is anyone else kind of baffled at how Faye has just continued to headbutt him? I mean, she could just back off and chill and macro. But part of it is like you don't have Grand Winery, so your macro scaling is a bit weird. And the other part of it is if you back off, you might let Ottomans go Imperial. And we all know that that feels like a mistake, right? Like, if you can, always kill them now. She's on 2... I know she's on 2TC, but like from this position, she's kind of just running, or trying to at least run into his base again, right? I thought she would, after that dive, done so much damage, just be like, okay, I'll play wide on the map. I won't try to run into your base at all. And Faye. Wait. That's like... that's the one spot she hasn't scouted. No! Is he getting away with this? That's half of his economy. But Faye doesn't know, because if you look at her vision, like, you maybe glance one deer, you don't see the icon. That's wild. And wow, she actually went for the improved torches. That's really cool. Remember, this gives 25% more torch damage to all nearby units near to the scout. Rate's going to come in, and it's actually going to turn into a sandwich. Sprinkles go down. Second wave's coming through. I almost, like, I kind of just feel bad for Mio, because it just... like, what do you do with this? In fairness, I think he's somewhat stabilizing, because he has Spearman Sapahi, which works really well against what Faye's doing. Like, at this stage, Faye would probably benefit immensely from her own spears. Maybe not, right? Like, Limitane are much better when your opponent has, like, an archer comp involved. I don't mind the idea of more Desert Raiders for Faye, actually. Like, Desert Raiders over Magadai makes a lot of sense. The Magadai are great during the Hippodrome, but outside of it, the Desert Raiders are probably going to feel better one-to-one. She still hasn't seen this. I can't believe it. Like, it's making a world of difference for me and Micah. It's allowed him to go up to 15 Sapahi and continue. And he has gone for the extra military schools. which is what makes this a Kinji choice even weirder. And hold on a sec, gets caught out. Triumph activated. Good damage being done. Faye will be able to scare him away. The left side fight is a win for Miyamika, though. Being done enough damage that at least slows things down. And all of a sudden, the military lead that Faye built up, the ridiculous position she had in this game, is disappearing. No, this doesn't really feel like her game anymore. I mean, she has got scaling TCs, right? But, like, the military lead she had has been just, like, gutted. And she doesn't have a crazy deal of olive groves yet. And I know someone's like, KP, what are you on about? Look, it's like almost a 20 eco lead. Yeah, but guys, Miyamika has 5 relics and he has military schools. So I know you want to say like the lead plus the buff. They definitely economically ahead, but like I don't think as far as ahead as you would think here with the military school detail. Yeah, I'm kind of actually impressed that Miyamika is as alive as he is. I mean, Sapahi at this stage, like what? They're taking 2 minutes, getting only about like 80 to 100 resources a minute worth above military school. But it adds up. It's gonna add up quick enough though. Doesn't it feel like if Faye just done Varangian, she'd win? I guess the Springles are a problem there, and that's why she keeps flooding Horsemen. And then, is there anything contract-wise you could do? I mean, Merc House, you could probably here go for... I can't believe I'm going to say it, but actually, this is like a perfect Eastern contract game for the Gulams. Instead, she's going to switch Kadas to solve the problem, and apparently added another TC. Really? Free TC now? 4 TC? I'm hoping this is like a keep drop, just to like protect the farm area, and we're not seeing 4 TC. Oh, I'm gonna have to start pouring out shots when I watch NA AoE4, aren't I? Oh god. You guys definitely play Age of Empires 4 differently, I'll give you that. This was a sad Triumph. Yeah, Triumph, like, this is the thing I've said about Triumph before, is like, Triumph is very impactful for one big fight, then underwhelming for most of mid-game, then good late game. Because you need a lot of units dying. Otherwise, the tickets take way too long to spawn. It's like 30 seconds per. That's a huge wait just to get 1 second. We're going for the clash now. That's going to generate a lot of extra tickets if you can kill off the Sapahi. Miyamika does get trampled through as well. Yeah, so felt like he needed to take the fight. Loses most of the light cav. We'll get out with a handful. And Faye, I guess it is a keep drop. She's still covering up stone. The walls are also... No. She's full stone. I'm getting PTSD. I just want everyone to have flashbacks to the bad gaming experiences they've had when they've watched these full Stonewall Rocky River games. It's not fun. Samira now with the Janissary switch. Which kind of makes sense when your opponent has 36 horsemen. I think we can agree. But is it passive gen? No, he's queued up some extra, but I think he's toggled all the military schools as well. So quite a long wait, right? Like, yeah, it takes Janny's minute and about 30 to come out. With all this gold, he can mass. Does Faye just age up now? Like, this is the thing about Faye's comp. Like, if she ages up with Foreign Engineering Company, like getting Sire Bolims on the Magadai, that could be pretty powerful here. But if she plays castle into castle into choke points against Mass Janny, does she just die? I think the Janny count would have to be good enough, so like 25 to 30. But Faye is definitely giving him the time, folks. He's going to start marching now. It's only 10 Janissaries. He does not have the Vizier point for the pull. So you can't just pull out another 10. Dive's going to come in. Faye does have a Triumph to work with, but the choke points don't play favorably for that. Neo, he has got the screen shots coming through, maximum penetration, but there you go. She activates. Triumph is in. The Cataphracts are not diving on the siege. Now they get around the side, but they get massacred. Spears plus the Janissaries waiting. Faye looking at brute force, though. The front line is melting to this. It's just too much damage. The Magadai are doing 12 damage per strike, and they're doing it in less than a second. Mia Micah, an ambitious idea, but apparently just not enough time. He didn't hit that sweet spot of Janny's. Can he maybe hold? I mean, there is a lot of dead cav all of a sudden, but I think it's just too much now. As long as the Magadai don't die, they can just snipe these guys as they spawn. And the Horsemen, the Cataphracts at that point, they're just meat into the oven. They're just wood on the bonfire to burn down the Ottoman Empire. And we're about to hit the wood line. And this is the big detail, folks. The Magadai, they got buffed again. The workers, they don't have textiles. And he calls it. GT comes in. Faye's infamous Magadai Hippodrome spam strikes again. What do you think, guys? Did you gain IQ? Or did you lose it? Look at the walls on the left. Why? What did she do on the wall? Do I even want to know what she done on the walls on the left? I probably don't, right? What did I miss? Let me have a look. If anyone was going to meme it... Oh, no. She's just, like, walling more. Yeah, yeah. It's just more walls. Yeah, it's just a lot of walls. Yeah, like, this is the stuff we see. Okay. Oh. NA's biggest memer is their biggest brain. I just titled that one. All right. I reckon we can do like 1 or 2 more games. Let's see what we got. Sure, look at ladder. Oh, by the way, big reminder, guys. I just got messaged, like, apparently there hasn't been much click-through on the Gigabyte sponsorship. Reminder, guys, it's just as much an awareness campaign. It's not, like, if you buy, great. But when we talk about these type of integrations, a big part of the marketing is awareness. So if you haven't yet, !Gigabyte, click that link. If you like tournaments, you like us doing the show matches and all these type of things, the money has to come from somewhere. And it comes from sponsors like this, getting involved in the channel because they believe that you guys want to hear about them. So click on the links, go check them out. And clicking on that link lets them know that I sent you. And if it performs well, then I get to talk to my guy about them renewing, coming back again, and us being able to afford additional show matches. So, I mean, on top of that, it's a damn good brand. Like, I already house them in my main PC. I've got a Gigabyte GPU and a motherboard inside this bad boy. I mean, if they'd done more components, I'd actually use them. So, big shout out to Gigabyte. Love working with those guys. And the deal they've got on offer for you, if you actually are happening to be in the market for buying a GPU or a motherboard, is you get a bunch of games for free. But like I said, awareness campaign as well. So just clicking these links when they come across the channel helps. So if you do like to see these type of tournaments and all the content we do, clicking it goes a long way. So final big push on the last day of our week sponsorship with Gigabyte. Give that link a click. In fact, I'm going to send it over to the YouTubers as well. I think I forgot to add it to the YouTube links for the week. I might quickly do that in the background. Wait, where is my... Ah, here it is. Let me add that in. Blink. Okay. Let's see what else we can find, though. So I said I was going to look at the 1v1s, didn't I? look, that's that thing you guys should be clicking. So... Oh, did she build a system across the map? Wait, really? Oh. Oh. I mean, in fairness, she was getting to her berries. Like, it's respectable. Oh, dear, oh dear. That's brilliant. This is why we love Faye. So... We said we can have a look down the live TV2s. Give me a sec. I want to see if there's any known players queuing. I don't know, it's like some players might just not be queuing ladder because they're playing scrims on a Friday prepping for the Master Summers. Because some are up for elimination tomorrow, if I remember correctly. So a bit of a roof time for them. Yeah, I'm not really noticing any of these names. DC every single game. Where have I seen that name? And then ranked opponent. Is that Crackety? I thought it was. It was Vodafone Internet. And then, who's he against here? Who's ranked opponent? Let me have a look. This is... Oh, it's Kilyardi. Okay, yeah, we're definitely going to have a look at these two. We have to. Be criminal not to, right? So, Kilyardi... Name covers being weird. I don't like that blue either. The blue kind of sucks. Freddy. There we go. Advanced tech is complete. Dark Age Rax rushes are not dead. At least that's what Crackety would have you believe. Let's see if his Vodafone internet can hold up long enough for him to prove this fact right. Welcome back to some pubcast, folks. We've got Crackety going up against Kiryardi on the ladder. Map's going to be gorgeous. Going 2 XP for the early game. And the Spearmen are trying to be a nuisance because this is a classic, isn't it? Byzantines, the most vulnerable civ in the game to Dark Age rushes. Detail that Crackety's trying to take advantage of, and a civ that just got nerfed. Like, Japan was definitely one of the civs most impacted by the Dark Age shenanigans nerfs. You can no longer deer shove, so it's not advantageous play anymore. We are in a matchup where both civs typically do not think about deer. For pro scouts, anyway. Right? Don't really see Japan do it often, and you definitely don't see Byzantines do it. Byzantines are fighting hard for this, man. Like, the gold, oh my god, he didn't get enough. Oh, this is sick. Crackety, he actually found the time to be a nuisance, so he forces a commitment of wood to defend the gold. Guys, this is really bad news, because when you're a Byzantine player, can you guess what you want to build an outpost on? Yeah, it would be the thing with assistant already. So this is actually a really rough position for old man Kilyardi to find himself in. You have to keep in mind, like, it's, what, 7 p.m.? So for, like, a man of Kiliadi's age, that's like 4 a.m. He wasn't expecting this, wasn't awake at the wheel. He's going Hippodrome now. I'm trying to remember, did I miss something in my patch notes about Hippodrome changes? I don't think so. Byzantines weren't really changed there. And we've got an outpost rush now, so... Oh, no. What the hell is this about? I mean, I guess you can't really Grand Winery because your opponent will block both, so he's just respecting it. But this does feel like sadness doing Hippodrome in a build against Spearmen. Oh, blimey. But yeah, new season just started, guys. This is season 11, which is why you're not going to see this spear spam to now go back and shove deer in at all. Like, this was always meant to be an outpost rush. Kura Storehouse is coming on the other side. We can stick the 2x speed just so we can catch up a bit. What a weird and wonderful game. And he is going to be open the Horseman. So I guess, like, for Kiliadi, he's going to try to raid his opponent on the other side. Because he's gathering berries. But by the time you arrive, I think the berries are already going to be gone. Exploratoris buff. That's true. It was, they removed its 20 of a cost, was it? I think it used to be, was it 50 wood, 50 gold? Oh, sorry, no. So you get 30 gold instead of 20. That was a change. That could be interesting, but, like, against Japan, are you going to have a target, is my thought here. I guess Crackety did make his placement a bit questionable here with the Kura Storehouse out to the side because he wanted more farms. But, like I said, there's already Spearmen. So, in theory, this should be quite difficult, but that's why we're seeing Kiliadi now pivot into archers. I think he's just going to ignore the gold and play around the flank. My only concern here is, like, technically, could Crackety not have just played Yumi, Horseman, Mirror? Instead, though, it looks like he's trying to age up. Which is greedy, by the way, because he never built an outpost on the gold. Oh, my. Yeah, a little bit ambitious coming out of him. And, sorry, I just realized that these are now different sizings, aren't they? Let me increase Kiliadi's size. Apparently I have that effect on him. That's what he told me anyway. I think Kiliadi's bigger now. Oh, we rock it. This actually looks kind of scuffed. There we go. Yeah, Explorator is actually being viable is an interesting thought. For those who haven't seen that tech before, you get +2 against worker type units. You get 30 gold now per kill. It used to be 20, so it's a 50% buff. The economical impact of it. And it's a tech that like used to be more expensive, got nerfed, like buffed rather down on its costs. Just still kind of got ignored. And there we go. That's what I was waiting for. Guys, Gigabyte, click that link now. Whether you're on YouTube or Twitch. Reminder, we are in the midst of talking about them maybe come back in the future. If we want to see more of these type of sponsors so that they can make more and more show matches, etc. possible, clicking those links does a phenomenal deal to help. Convinces them to come back. Convinces them that Age of Empires people are worthy of these glorious GPU and motherboard components. And I don't know if we're worthy of this glorious Byzantine Explorator's meta. Kind of cool to think about, though, right? Like, this big switch, because I, for one, am for it. At first, it was really cool to see these Byzantine system rush builds coming in, but it became a little bit linear. I was getting a little bit bored, and I don't know, like, ones in chat if you're feeling the same. Like, every game was turning into 5 system and then, like, groves. With some exceptions against Fast Castle. Did he just stab a Spearman to death that was garrisoned? I think he did. Kiliadi's now going to return home. He's actually forced Crackety to commit a lot into feudal, by the way. Remember, Crackety at one stage had, was it 800, 900 food in reserve? All of it went back into units, and he just gets bodied on the gold. So all of a sudden, what Crackety now finds is that Kiliadi's put in a position where you have to kind of attack him to guarantee he doesn't just age up. What is this speak? Would Bugatia not be better? I'm kind of calling him out on it now because Crackety, when we cast together the other week, this guy was obsessed with Bugatia. He's like, yes, but what if they done Ona Bugatia? Yes, what if they done Ona Bugatia? Wouldn't Ona Bugatia be great here? Oh man, I think they should do Ona Bugatia. So I'm just going to sit here and go, man, wouldn't Ona Bugatia be great right now? Technically, his defense, which is a fair point now, might be that Keshik's arriving, but pre-Keshik's, like, Spearman versus just going Bugacia. Bugacia should perform better against the archers as the thought process, while being slightly less tanky, right? Finally, we do have Expilatoris coming through. Makes sense as well at this stage, because Crackety's finally playing out of his base a bit, onto berries. Potentially onto deer. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he has to go for that, or you have to go for the other side of the map with the berries. Now, technically, massing horsemen here can actually favor Japan quite a lot. Because with the Triumph, you temporarily get a huge +4 damage. But with Japan, on horsemen, you're going to get a reliable 1.5 damage with the Uma Bannerman. So as long as you avoid that burst point for Byzantines, you're actually stronger in the engagements. Now, easier said than done, but definitely something you can lean around. Alright, what do you think, guys? Ones, if you think Crackety is going to take this game. Twos, if you think Kiliadi is. I'm not going to lie. I'd be shocked if I saw a lot of ones. No. This isn't to flame Crackety. It's more his internet. I don't trust his Vodafone internet. Oh, God. The poor guy. I have to chuckle a bit because he's like building his own house, which sounds really fancy and prestigious and premium. And then he's just got crappy internet. It's like if you were, dude, it's like if you were a big gamer and you bought a mansion and then you play on like an Intel Pentium dual processor PC with Windows 98. I mean, one thing that is a bit wonky for Kiliadi is obviously the farm transition is less valuable with this type of approach. I mean, he's starting to do it. It's just the olive groves aren't as good at returning their investment as quickly as Grand Winery builds, right? But if you do get to like a very late game scenario, it's kind of shocking just how good the Triumph can be. Because the thing about late game, guys, is like late game is about pop efficiency. And +4 damage on each of your cavalry units in late game, like that's insane pop efficiency. Especially for things like horsemen. The other interesting part is like in the late game, so many units are dying so frequently that actually Hippodrome is almost just a persistent thing. It very rarely burns out. Yumi switch now. That's interesting. So he saw the Limitane, feels the need to react to it. I feel like this matchup is going to be decided more by the Horseman from both players, though. Like, Horseman, to me, is the key thing to watch here for who's going to come out ahead. There is also the tech detail. Like, technically, both of these civs have very good burst timings into technology. Because with the Japanese, it's the Yorishiro drop to increase the research speed and production speed. And with Byzantines, it's the absurdity of Dialecticus that allows you to research anything straight away, almost. And he is reaching that absurdity, right? He's about to connect up level 4, so still one more to go. Yeah, a little bit surprised he didn't rush the systems. It seems like Kiliadi's focusing more on the efficiency per system than just the maximum level. And deer gathering on the front side as well. Crackety, he's found the resources. Castle up about to come in, and it is going to be the standard floating gate. You guys find it funny how, like, the Buddhist monk build didn't get buffed again, even though for about a week people thought it was going to be broken and then no one built it? I remember the talks about, like, oh, it's going to be busted, KP. You watch, like, oh, everyone's going to do it. It's like, oh, I mean, like, I understand the situational viability of this technology. But I think, guys, it's a few years too early. It's like when people try to talk to you about solar power 10 years ago. Like, wow, that's really cool, but I don't know about that one, dog. That sounds kind of expensive. Peace. It's Golden Horn Town now coming through. The funny thing actually is like Kiliadi is going to match the timing here. These are weird walls, right? Like, am I the only one looking at the map thinking this is weird walling for 15 minutes? We've got Kiliani creating a funnel point on the left side. And then we've just got some Viper-type walling, although a little bit wider. How would I buff Temple of Inequality? I would give the Buddhist monks the ability to attack with their staff. You know, like maybe give them 2 armor, maybe an ability to mitigate 50% of the damage they take while debuffing 50%, and then they just like start beating people to death with like the bar. I reckon that would be a really good unit. Wait a second. Oh no, like with Buddhists, I think in general what you need is there needs to be a change to the relic system where relics deposited in the back of your base are less valuable, because then Buddhist monks, was it Nahai, what is it called, like basically the damage buff they give from a wall would be valuable because you want to play out onto the map. Currently it just kind of sucks. The other way you could do it is that Buddhist monks can individually apply the damage buff in Imperial Plus, so you kind of make them a bit like a prelate effect. I kind of like that ladder just because it's probably easier to implement, but like long term, I've been a really big fan for a long time this idea that you should not get maximum gold or oil or whatever from placing a relic in the back of your base. It's a really lame interaction point for relics because it means you have this really cool bow over them, and then it just like they're there, they're wherever they are. They rarely move. Talk about good moves. Hello. Nice dive in there. Crackety gets some kills with the spears. Spears that he wants to toss away because he's getting ready for a samurai dump. Just made the monks not all cast a debuff on the same unit would go a long way. If you make that change, instantly, Buddhist monks become OP. That's been my big warning about it, is like, in theory, what you're saying makes sense, but if Buddhist monks all debuff different targets, they will be immediately broken. Flash coming in. Not much damage done. I think got 1 extra worker kill, but lost a lot of ponies. So, like, if you wanted to have it where Buddhist monks always target different units, you'd have to change it so that it's... the debuff is cast, and as you cast it, the longer you cast it, it caps up to 50%, but it crawls up the number, and then they switch targets. That might make a bit more sense. Wallow's going to be a big fat L. Kiliani now with the dive. Hello. I don't think that Crackety had enough time here. No, the Keshis are kind of giving him a hard time. He's got a few spearmen in there that might actually save his bacon. The veterancy is important. With the Triumph as well, these guys actually feel surprisingly tanky. Archers are going to dive by to deal with the Yumi. It does feel like the static defenses are going to keep Crackety alive here. Yeah, second wave is coming in, though. However, the second wave, not much cavalry here. Your opponent's going to have the Adachi tech. Crackety, surprisingly enough, rushed that upgrade on the Samurai, ahead of just getting more Samurai out. Kiliani, a bit too eager to get some worker kills. Doesn't continue to trade out the Yumi. Spears and Keshiks are going to overwhelm the first of the Samurai. And the shield rule is very important here, guys. Like, he's actually a lot more efficient tanking per unit than when it was mainly archers. But at this stage, I think Kiliani probably needs to slow down. He's just kind of sending units in one by one. Maybe he just feels like mathematically it's worth it. It's buying enough time because it is forcing a lot of idle on Crackety's economy. Basically, half of his workers are sitting there watching while, like, you know, activating the autopilot drones to shoot at people. That's how it works, guys. I don't know if you knew this, but, like, you know, when you hop into a TC as a villager, you're just activating aim assist. It's like having a Cronus controller in Call of Duty. He still doesn't have more farms, right? No, he's got them coming in. Okay. So this isn't too bad. I thought Kiliani was just kind of throwing away the game because he had no food transition, but the groves are coming through. Japan themselves are mirroring this, though. So, like, so far, these two are kind of neck and neck. So the argument on whether, like, the Buddhist monk debuff is meant to work one way or another is, like, ill regardless, right? I think if it didn't work that way and it had been added to the game where all Buddhist monks target different individuals, it would have immediately got nerfed. That's the important thing. So, like, you know, you can talk about what's intended behavior, but like I think quite often what's intended doesn't mean what's best. Right? You see this all the time. Developers have ideas on what would be good or won't be feasible, like what would be balanced or what would be insane. Like I've literally heard it from AoE4 devs where like, whoa, this will be insane. And then they intro it and it's just trash. Right? And that's because like design is definitely an experimentation process in a lot of ways. You can be a master of the art and still get it wrong. Right now, Kilyadi, a master of the aggro. These cataphracts getting a good number of kills actually. Oh my, finally gonna start shutting them down, but I mean, a free worker lead with the system buff as well is a damn good position to find yourself in here. Yeah, and he's not done yet, right? He's spreading out with additionals. Skudum's around the back as well. It's giving the breathing room he needs, and it's also allowing this farm transition that's now about, what, 20 deep? Yeah, 20 groves exactly. So what's Crackley's next burst point? Because like building spears doesn't sound like the signs of a winning soldier right now. He had this samurai idea in mind. I'm just not sure if it's desirable. I kind of like that he's just going back to standard mounted samurai. Mounted samurai 1-to-1 versus cataphracts performs surprisingly well. You will still lose to one kata, but it's a lot tighter than you'd expect due to the deflective armor. Plus the extra melee text, and then obviously Uma Bannerman down the line. What you're probably looking for here now, if you're Kilyadi, is going to be the teardrop shields. Teardrop shields is a pretty cool tech. The +1/+1 goes a long way against things like Yumi and Spears. And on top of that, it gives you a lot more flex towards other unit types, right? With the Varangian, the change they get there with attack speed. And let's also not forget the impact it has on Limitane with that faster movement. Yeah, it's just a nice tech to overall be prepped into because it allows you to then hop, skip, and jump into different unit types. And oh my god, I've clearly been talking to too many Scandinavians, and I've been saying the name Kilyadi too much because I just said yum. God damn. Alright, we're going to speed up a bit because this is a bit of a lull. Both are still just going through that like macro stage. But Kilyadi's just trying to keep up the raids. He's just trying to be respectful of how valuable, but how easily lost these cataphracts can be. And what a timing to come around on the berries. Villagers in a bit of a pickle. He splits it up. He goes hunting both sides of the tree line. So great read there by Kilyadi. Looks to maximize the damage he can do here while minimizing the risk. And we'll cut them down. Good trample through to finish off there. Stops the outpost going up. He's still chasing the workers. He goes for the quick wall. With the burn. The burn's going to come in. Okay, he gets it just in time. Yeah, one of these guys... wait. He done it again. Cat around each side. I really like the way that Kilyadi's not getting too tunnel visioned with what he's doing here. Where he's accepting that 2 or 3 worker kills is better than missing out on all, right? Like, yeah, you could get 10 worker kills, but if you guess wrong, you get nothing. Trample. Ooh, yeah, backs away in time. Where's the Onimusha? They would go crazy. Onimusha, like, I was wondering if he'd go towards it, but I think maybe the concern with Onimusha is he saw his opponent had archers before. Crossbows too. Also, like, I haven't seen Kata versus Onimusha often. I feel like Ono should be fine as long as you micro it, but Trample can maybe catch you off guard. Like, it definitely feels like someone that'd be good with Mass Spear here. But I think maybe the thought is like Mounted Samurai individually can raid better. And we did mention already like Mounted Samurai to Katas. Like 1-to-1 do reasonably well. Surprisingly well when you consider the difference in cost. Two TC now. Well, Kilyadi... Wait, what happened here? Oh my god, the Mounted Samurai. What? We were so distracted by the cataphract that they just done ridiculous damage. How is he 12 ahead after that? Oh my god. Like, brother. What just happened? Am I the only one looking at this like, wait, this looked like it was cruise mode for Kilyadi. But now you see why the amount of samurai over the Onimusha, right? Like, Onimusha would probably be shut down much easier there, less raid efficient against exposed economy. Builds himself a 12 villager lead. He still has the Yorishiro drop, so his TC skilling's not bad here. Though it does look like Kilyadi, despite the hit to the stomach, is going to find his way into the Imperial Age first. So Palatine School is going to be coming into the north side. Interesting to see Palatine. Very rare, actually. Like, I think most of the time nowadays, like, it'd be fair to say, like, 90% of the time, foreign engineering company is the go-to. I do think this kind of makes sense with your wing choice. Like, you went for the Eastern contract. Keshi's get a nice little buff with, like, Step Lancer. Gulums get the boot camp, but it's not crazy. Right? Compared to, like, foreign engineering company where Lombos get volley or you get the camel armor, I do think the Eastern contract is the most underwhelming for foreign engineering. And after all, he is going for, like, mass cataphract with Hippodrome, right? So this is just a complete max out on possible damage. Has he used it so far? No, he's just been sitting on it. He's maxed out on tickets. Which is interesting, because when he dove those workers, that would have given him the movement speed to probably snipe down quite a few. But it's trigger discipline logic, right? Is like, if you use the Triumph and it doesn't do enough damage, your opponent gets a free fight. Because it takes 30 seconds to generate 1 second of buff. It's horrible. We do have the rocket launchers coming in. Shogun's on the way. Also Imperial. And this game slowed down a lot, despite the damage done on eco on each side. Because always remember, these systems mean that, like, even though Crackety got a good hit there, he didn't really move ahead. He just put himself back in balance between economies. More Keshiks on the way. Cataphract's getting upgraded. I feel like I very rarely see this elite. So I have to double check. Sometimes like, wait a second. That's the Cataphract one. Is he going full Gigafract? He really is. As a pop efficient unit, there's not many that rival Cataphracts. Very expensive though. It's going to be dive in. We'll be able to idle them out. Now, really important thing here, by the way, that technically makes Cataphract spam broken with Palatine School. You guys might have forgotten what this landmark does. We rarely see it. Palatine School gives you a 30% chance to spawn a unit for free, one of the unique ones. So when you build a Limitane, you might get one for free, 30% chance. Kira Siphon, same. Cataphract, same. Varangian, same. This landmark is technically broken. And I'm going to explain why. People like KP usually broken too much. No, hear me out. The thing that makes this, like, potentially ridiculous, and this is important, the potential part, is that it's RNG. What that means is that you could produce 10 Cataphracts upon arrival in Imperial Age, and if the 30% procs on every single one of those Cataphracts, which it theoretically could, you would pay off your Imperial Age. Because Cataphracts cost 330 resources each. So if you get 10, that's 3,300 resources saved. Just process that for a sec. Now, we did get another raid. But now, apparently, shoes on the other foot. He's getting ready to dive in. I mean, it's a healthy amount of heavy cav. But remember, Crackety has a solid defense here with the Spearman. Nagayari is coming through. Still no Onimusha. No, not a single soul. And he did go Tanagashi with Gunsmith, so he has the potential to get premium units himself, such as hand cannoneers. Oh, nice snipe there. Go straight off the Yorishiros. I mean, in some ways you kind of help him there. Like, he actually might want to put them in things like forges, because at this stage you can afford lots of production buildings. It's going to be a burn on to the west side. Remember, Japan is a very gold-heavy civ. Well, when you do anything but spam spears like this. He's going to rush down both outposts before the emplacements can come in. Army is approaching, though. Has to stand his ground. The Triumph does get activated. The trample through! Gets on top of the Yumi. Cuts them down, just trying to enable his backline to defend him. Fight looks really good right now for Kilyadi. And these boys are just so tanky, man. Like, the healing's not that important anymore in a 500 HP unit. But the damage, the movement speed, it just allows you to munch down on the target. Kiliardi able to come out ahead with 16 cataphracts still alive. Spearman count has been shrunk down from 50 to 15 and is still falling. Nah, he's just rushing in. Human speed is blasting them through. Oh my god, there's just nothing left of the Imperial Japanese army. Yeah, the tricky thing is timings here, right? Like, this is something that we talked about Byzantines being great at. With the Dialecticus, they can rush into their text. He was able to get biology like that. Meanwhile, look at these spearmen. Do you notice something missing? There's no plus to their health. They don't have Oda tactics. So even though he had Nagayari for the bonus damage, he's missing an extra 20% damage buff. Palatine should really give you a free unit every third unit. This is the thing I've been begging for. Like, regardless of whether we're seeing it or not, my worry is when we see Palatine back in competitive, there might be a game on the line that is, like, worth an extra $10,000 as AoE 4 scales. Do you really like the idea of that game being decided by RNG, potentially? I'm not okay with that. Like, I'm a guy who likes RNG within reason, like calculated RNG and counter RNG. Like, I talk about Dota 2 and a hero that can crit you for 500% damage, but you can disarm them. There's a strategy against it. Like, if your opponent just RNG flips Palatine School, like, there's not an easy counter in a game like AoE 4. And oh my god, he's got tower 11s. This is the weird thing about the Eastern Contract. It is usually very weird in the early game. It's quite trash in the mid game. But if you get into the late game and you have more oil than America, the Tower Elephant strategy is pretty gross. Especially considering you've got mass cataphracts. Like, he is building horsemen, but it doesn't feel good to do this into mass cata. To make matters worse, the bombards have shown up. Interesting, he just doesn't have enough olive oil to go... oh wait, no, I forgot. He didn't go Foreign Legion Company. I was about to say, the grand element to your comp would be to go for the cannons, the raw cannons. He doesn't have them. If I like the bombards, you need them here to do the rocket launcher TC. It kind of feels like Crackety's at death's door right now. It's just difference in comp, right? Like, just look at the army value. These cutters are sick. Man, Kiliani's an entertainer and a killer. Not often we get to see mass kata, but Hippodrome Cataphract has been popping off in this game, and he still has a big charge, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, 14. He needs a few more kills. How Spears count cat is less than other knights because lack of charge? True, actually. Yeah, because you mean you can't pin them and stun them. I mean, you can when they trample, though, right? That's the catch. That forces a brace. But that's situational. And the other thing is also there's a unit that just has more raw HP and it gets more armor as well. Like, it's ridiculously lofty. This is what I meant about the pop efficiency. Like, it's a 500 HP unit. You'd think you're playing against gilded units here. And that's the crazy thing, right? Like, this rivals some gilded units. But it only takes one pop. I remember when I tested Byzantines, my feedback is that cataphracts look broken. And it didn't play out that way, right? Because I was testing them hyper late. Like, when you hear someone say 20 Great Bombards is broken, the logic is, how do you get there? Well, same with cataphracts. Oh, the logic is here. 38 catters, and he charges straight into the Robotiquins. Draws the fire. He overextended, though. Yeah, he didn't dive right on top of them to get the kill. So Robotis are going to survive. But the he's going to get spread thin. Tower Elephants are standing their ground here. The Robotiquin is getting repaired. Crackety trying to hold on. The Bombard moving him for snipe, though. We'll try to get rid of the anti-melee. Does so, but the cost is high. Kiliardi, he just burned through his heavy cav. Oh my god, this dive was not it. The Bombard is sieging into the Shogunate, but he's down to just 6 cataphracts. Crackety is alive. Now might have an opportunity to counterattack. The Bombard just can't clear the target quick enough here. What an insane defense. Crackety showing you exactly why Robotiquins are to be feared in the late game. Kiliardi became tunnel vision in them, but not just that, he also dove too far past them. I think he was expecting the charge to bait Crackety to back away with the Robotis. His choice to kind of mostly stand his ground pays off. Now gets him out of the base and forces Kiliardi entirely off this comp, guys, because the other thing about doing mass catters, as sick as it is from a population efficiency standpoint, if you don't have a next wave stacked up, Good luck finding the gold in a rush. He has 4,000 left over, and that's it. Unbelievable. Is he going to now lose this game? I mean, Crackety's still in a sore position here. His food income should recover because most of it was idled. And he is building, like, trash tier units, which are now being answered by counter trash. He's going to try to burn his way through. Mango emplacements are here. A keep drop now coming in. I mean, Crackety doesn't really need this gold, but if we want to see more cataphracts from Byzantines, Kilyadi most definitely does need this. Yeah, especially considering the blocker on the east side. It's a great read by Crackety, understanding that he needs the gold for a remax. I don't know who wins this, man. This is really back and forth, actually. Like, my instincts say that, you know, the comp for the Byzantines feels a bit better here, but Kilyadi, like, he hasn't really solved the dive there. That Shogunate dive was a bit too ambitious. I thought he'd maybe slow roll it a bit, but that's just really not like Kilyadi's style, rather. Kilyadi's a very aggressive player. He doesn't like to stay. He doesn't like to chill. You know, you have to keep in mind, when you get to Kilyadi's age, death could strike at any moment. You know, old age is a killer. So you got to live life like every day is your last. Looks like we have got raids into the base. The Limitano shut that down. There is more keeps on the... Dude, it's 1,000 gold. Calm down. It's not that valuable. And the Bombard is here, so that's going to slow him down. Reset comes in. Farms aren't going to be reached by the Japanese raid, but it is drawing a substantial amount of Kilyadi's army away. Yeah, we've got like 30 military coming to react to that, which means he can actually win this fight now. Jumps in. He's got the buff. He still does... Wait, what? He still doesn't have Oda tactics. He's been relying on Spearman this whole time, and yet he still doesn't have the damage and health buff. And yet it doesn't matter. He rolls him over. And now dive for the gold. What? How is he doing so much work without Oda tactics, is what I want to know. I mean, I guess it's just like... I don't want to say poor positioning, but maybe overreaching by Kilyadi and where he's positioning on this map. Nah, dude, I'm in the Crackety camp right now. As cool as the Mascata was, these spearmen are exceeding expectations. This is also like one weirdest civ to try and even build the elephants against now that I think about it. Because if the spearmen do reach you, which with the way that Kilyadi's been fighting they do, you remember they've got bonus range and bonus damage. By the way, can we agree this is actually the coolest looking spear in the game? When they get Nagiali, they look so sick. That's disgusting. Villagers. I don't know where they were hoping to go. Looks like they were maybe... Yeah, he was trying to go keep drops and then get some more keeps up. The problem here is like... With no gold, and this is why Palatine, I think, fell off, by the way. I know hyped up to be broken, like, RNG-wise it could be. But on your average experience in the game, the problem is, if you look at all those things listed, that you can get a 30% chance to spawn, are you guys noticing a common theme? 75% of the options cost gold. And he burnt through it. Varangian, Kira Siphons, Cataphracts, gold. Quite gold heavy, actually, for what they are. And that's the problem now. Like, you've just kind of got a deadweight landmark because the only thing you can spam is Limitane. Now, Limitane can be good with the right contract type, but this is where Eastern kind of reaches its peak, right? Like, you know, he didn't get Grand Winery. He didn't get a gajillion elephants out. He's struggling to get that count up. Meanwhile, you're stuck with Limitane against Masayumi Spears. And yes, I think it's about a 23% discount. But like, that's the whole idea. If you do it 200 times, it comes out on average 30%. But as I was highlighting, like if you do it 10 times, it could come out 100%. Welcome to chance. Flash coming in, Yumi. Are overkilling, so yeah, I like that staggered formation. Crackety just needs to optimize, attack different targets. The Bombards could be the solution to the Tower Elephants. They go off the siege instead. And now remember, like, cannons, they do get bonus damage against elephants specifically. But currently, he's firing into the Limitane. Can you hold his Kilyadi, though? Second wave needs to get here ASAP. It is coming in. Instead, it's going to be a retreat. So he packs up. He does realize the mistake there. So moves the bombards back, parks the Yumi to cover the escape. I just think Crackety's just got the pump, though. We've got a lot of horsemen coming, but into spears. And the Yumi is still doing a great job. Guys, the Yumi are broken, by the way, right now. Oh my god, KP, you say broken something? No, seriously. Like, they're literally broken. This Yumi Bannerman, plus a Yumi Bannerman, gives you 30% increased damage. You can see it. Like, look at this. If I find one over here. Can I get them out of range? Yeah, look, +9, +7. +9, and if we look for one going out of range of the banner, +7. You see that? So if you have a banner on the ground and a bannerman alive, there's a bug right now with infantry type Japanese bannerman where they double buff. Doesn't work with Uma bannerman, but works with Katana and works with Yumi. Which means, like, if you just do the maths on it and your brain quickly, you would have realized that even if the Byzantines maxed out their archers, the Yumi attack harder. It's kind of wild. And yes, the Howders are a default thing. So fun fact is, like, every single mercenary contract, your Imperial Merc doesn't get upgraded by Foreign Engineering Company. I believe that's true for all of them still. So Streltsy don't get a change. Tower Elephants just have Howders already. And then, what was the other one? Oh, Grenadiers. I think they always get hard case bombs. I have to double check that one though. Actually, no, I think they don't because they mimic China. Hippodrome activation here. Second wave is coming through. Hold on a second, Kilyadi. It's been a hot moment since he had a good fight, but this might actually be it. He's pushing in. The issue is going to be the next wave, right? Like, he's not actually holding reserves of resources. Whereas Crackety has an absurd amount in the bank, and he also has triple Sacred Sight on lock. Not a reliable win condition currently, because he didn't have keep drops. Triumph is still running. He's going to dive in, looking for the bombard kill. Second wave of Spearman comes through, though. That should slow things down a bit, but the problem right now is Crackety didn't have enough spear bump coming out. Is that win legit with a bug? I mean, it's in the game, XD. It's very hard to avoid. Like, the only reason you call out it as an exploit from an opponent is if they are intentionally deleting the unit. Otherwise, it's just part of the game. Like, what are you going to say? Japan can't build Bannerman? That's a dented solution, right? That just makes Japanese trash. I think these elephants are about to look like trash, though. Just need to break through, but maybe not. The Varangian was actually very crafty. And unexpected, I think, for Crackety because the lack of gold we mentioned before. Okay. Dude, I respect it. Because, like, right now, technically, Varangian counts everything that Japan's doing. We do have a switch up, potentially, on the horizon, though, right? Like, if you see Varangian, a Adachi Samurai is the perfect win condition against it. You know, Desert Raiders with the company are better than Iabid's Desert Raider because they get the movement speed. Oh, you mean Camel Riders. Camel Riders are a different unit. Yeah, they're pretty solid because they also get the armor from Foreign Engineering Company. I think if Kilyadi can get up to like 7 Tower Elephants, then Crackety has a really big problem here. Because remember, the thing that you're doing here, when you activate the Triumph, I think they fixed it because at first it didn't do it. You get the +4 damage on crossbow ×2. It's surprisingly effective. Push continues, man. Kilyadi, like, from a position that it looked like he was about to lose the game, has swung this about. He's starting to reach the rocket launcher town again. If he wants to break it, he's definitely going to need to consider bombards. And finally, after 45 minutes of gameplay, we are getting Oda tactics. After a reliance on Spearman for a long time, it's coming in. Not just that, it's going to be a samurai switch up. Hand cannoneers as well. Did he stockpile it? He did. Look at the count, guys. He just spammed almost 20 hand cannoneers out. I think that was due to him stockpiling Tanagashi from Gunsmith here. He also does have the Yumi Bannerman. By the way, that interaction we talked about should work with the Ashigaru, if I'm not mistaken. Which means that you can get +12 damage on this unit. which is ridiculously broken. Yeah. Is it, or is it a feature? How the crap? How many times does this game bounce back and forth now? 4, 5? Is this the gorge effect? Okay, can I just be biased and say I want Ashigaru to now win because... Oh, what's that? Like, what else do I need to say but the voice line? The Psychos are coming in. Spinman line looking strong right now. And remember, like, the hand cannoneers are a perfect solution to the Varangian. Varangian that get more melee armor but have less health than standard men at arms. It's going to have to reset a bit here. Looks like the bombards are being backstabbed onto. Has got the Triumph activated. Will be able to snipe out one of the cannons, but he's lost the elephants for it. Won't be able to find more of the siege. No, the bombards are going to be safe against this. And Kilihardi, I think old man has reached his limits. Needs to reach the inhaler here because all of a sudden militarily outnumbered. And before, it was always quantity versus quality. Now, it's quantity quality versus quality-ish. Yeah, this is a problem. 34 hand cannoneers. This is late game comp. Especially with the Yumi buff. Keep an eye out for if one of these guys dies. Berserk gets activated. The hand cannoneers are not backing up right now. This is important. Starts to retreat them. And I think he's just melting him. Like the Varangian, the Berserk, remember, they lose a lot of armor here. Just allows them to get melt murdered so fast. There's just nothing left of him. The Finn is about to be finished here. And Crackety, what a crazy game for Gorge. More bounce backs than I think we see in most Gorge games. Like, I think Gorge is quite typical late game for 2, 3, maybe 4 passings of the baton. But this is like 5 or 6 times, man. But at this stage, I mean, with the food income as it is, I don't know if he can really keep up horseman production anymore. He also has any depth from his comp has been removed. Like, he's only got horsemen. There's no real merc support, right? Like, the elephants basically come out and die. And what is up, Connor? I see you with the super sticker. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Remember, guys, subs, all those type of things definitely help. And also, something that's free to do is when you see sponsor links on all the videos, click them. Click-through is definitely one of the things they measure. It's not just about sales. Now assistance going down. Oy, oy, oy. Try to sell me. Try to pitch me on a Byzantine win from here. I guess he could... well, he can't Wall-Law. He doesn't have relics. There's nothing, yeah. I was about to say, Wall-Law might be the one thing if Crackety's not paying attention, but he'd have to have a relic for that. And farms are about to get idled as well. Giuliani is reluctant, as anyone would be after 50 minutes of this. But the outcome looks all but assured now. We're at 44 hand cannoneers. And Triumph just can't match that. As much as he'd love to. What a cool game. Mass hand cannoneer is kind of rare for Japan these days, I feel like. And on top of that, Nagayari Spears as the backbone of the wing condition is always a rare and welcome sight to see. G to the G, Mr. Cracker D. All right. Really cool game. I don't know what we call it, though. I'm trying to think what the focus point in that one would be. Maybe Hippodrome Byzantines is taking over. All right, guys. Big reminder, though. I need you to do me a favor. Because like I said, we got an email through. And they were asking about the performance of the campaign. Exclamation mark Gigabyte. We're doing it. It's the final stream of the week that we're doing with them. I want to get them to come back more in the future because they do pay us in a way that allows us to create more sheer matches, etc. in the future. So go through to that link, check out their line of GPUs and motherboards. Even if you're not buying, just a little bit of window shopping helps immensely. You know, it's kind of like the foot traffic that attracts the people that are going to buy. But go check them out. I love working with Gigabyte. I want to work with them more in the future, and you guys can help enable that. And you guys are usually superstars for that. I think maybe some of you have just been like, oh, it's too much heat, it's too much sun, I can't reach the mouse. It's time to do it. Click on that link, go check out their offerings, just learn a little bit about the products. I definitely think like anyone who's thinking about upgrading the next year or so should really be significantly looking at AMD more and more. But hopefully enough of you have been clicking on that we can get them to come back and sponsor the channel again. Love working with them. They've been a key part of my builds now for several years. And the new AMD GPUs are absolute pog. The 9070 is incredible. I think we had someone the other day go through to PC Specialist and order a PC for the 9070 in. I'm hoping that's going to arrive for them soon. Love to get their opinions on how the lad's done. But yeah, really big shout out to Gigabyte. And really big shout out to all you that clicked it. But guys, I think we're going to get ready to round out. I have got a team meeting in like 15 minutes. I have not eaten dinner. So we'll find someone to raid in a sec. Another big reminder, make sure that you've been clicking those links from HIMS and whatnot. And also, if you did miss the announcement, we'll probably put a YouTube video up on it. Today after. Yeah, I'm going to get my guy to upload it there. Are these links tracking unique IPs, clicking on every single click? That's a good question. I'm not sure. But clicking the links when they show up takes little effort, right? I think with those ones, I'd have to check. There might be a unique tracking link element to it. I'd have to double check though. Like, no harms. Like, we do, like, what? With these guys, with the ones we do here, where you see us the UPU ones, we usually do them, like, across a week. So if you see it pop up and, like, each person clicks 3 times, like, that would be insane performance on the campaign in the eyes of the sponsors, in my opinion. So, yeah, go ahead. If you purchase, I mean, even better. But, like, those links, like, aren't always about purchasing. That's the way I always point out to you guys. Like, some things are sales-driven, but some things are also just marketing eyeballs. It's very important. And it costs you guys nothing to do the have a little look type thing. But it means the world to me. It allows us to keep doing what we do. But yeah, once again, really big shout out to the guys earlier. I did say them at the time. Buzz, Marv, Capital with the big sub drops. I think we hit our goal, if I'm not mistaken, of 100 unique subbers for the month. We did. We hit it exactly 100. Woo! But you guys are incredible. But guys, I think I'm getting ready to round out now. YouTube, I'm going to end the stream. We'll be back on Monday. I might see about organizing some show matches. I'm going to talk with the AMD guy. And you know what? How about this? If they say that the performance was good on the campaign and people click the links, I'll try to organize a show match for Monday/Tuesday. If the performance is good on those links. So that's another incentive for you guys to be clicking on the Gigabyte link. Same with PC Specialist. Like, if I get good feedback from these guys, I am able to then put more money into show matches because it means they're likely to come back and sponsor more. So how about that for a deal? Tip of the hat. But yeah, I'm going to end the stream now. I'll be back on Monday where we will be doing probably a mixture of some podcasts. And if you guys do accomplish the requirements on clicking through those links, maybe a show match or 2. Eyebrows. But remember, I'll put a video up on YouTube as well about the announcement. KPMM is going to be back. These were the results from KPMM 1. Season 2 is, I guess, in a weird way, just around the corner. It's only a month off. We'll be looking to kick that off in August. We are going to be coming back bigger and better than before. 40 weeks of support this time. $500 a week. $20,000 total prize pool. Absolutely insane. Big shout out to everyone who's been tuning in regularly. Make sure you tell everyone about it. Like, you know, we talked about it before. I mean it. This should be the place to be Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays if you want your entertaining Age of Empires 4 action. But YouTube, I'm going to end now. For Twitch, we're going to find someone to raid. I'll see you all on Monday or tomorrow on EGC's channel.